go down.
So do you two have anything to say before we go?
Yes, I hope our plane doesn't crash. Me too, because I'd hate to reenact that movie alive.
That's not very nice to say.
Well, you know. Well, I watched it before I left. We're going to have fun, Dan.
Are we?
Yeah.
Are you going to be drinking at all? Hopefully not.
Never drank.
We go on the plane.
And 1A, which is right there at the window.
There's Laura.
Right there.
11D. Anybody know where 11D is?
He's going back. Hey, I can talk to you guys.
Are you sure?
Okay, that sucker's not going in there, huh? Oh my gosh, we are in the air! Bye everybody. I love you.
service on right-hand side of the cabin. For safety, hosting filter smoke detector system. Momentarily in the activation of the seatbelt sign off, follow the recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever needed. Located above your head is a panel consisting of 2 reading lights, 2 fresh air vents, the flight attendant call bell. As well, you'll notice no smoking and fasten seatbelt signs. We ask you comply with these whenever they are illuminated. All the captains for the seatbelt sign off, we do recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened with care at a cost of $4. If there's anything I can do to make your flight more comfortable today, please don't hesitate to call for me. Thank you.
Where?
Look at the houses right below.
Oh my gosh, look at that. There is the city of Timmins. Well, oh, look at that. Hey, there's my house.
Oh my god, that's so cool. Where are we? There's South End. Where is it?
That is so freaking cool. Holy
Is that South End or
Christ.
not? Oh my god.
There is South End.
Is that it or not? Oh look, there's a no. Look at that senator right there.
This is Timmins. Oh, what's this?
We're going over there. That's the those apartment buildings. There's a school right there. You know what? That's look, the back road is right there. Should be right around here. That is South End back there.
What's this big thing?
I don't know.
And you were my house when we watched Jumanji, eh? Yeah. I fell asleep through it. Yeah.
Wow. Freak Central.
Nothing, I mean, I'm hot. It is. I'm sure you should. This plane is just huge. Look at how big it is. I want to see it. I can't. Maybe just go long.
Have anything to say, Rachel?
It's 30 minutes delayed. We'll be in Europe soon.
Hopefully.
Hi, I'm
Hi. Audrey. No, move over.
Hey, what's up?
Do you have anything to say?
I lost my luggage.
How does that make you feel?
Hi, Andre.
Hello.
Go to channel 8. It's the best one. 8 is a good channel.
What's playing?
All old songs.
All old songs?
Yes. They played, I don't remember. They played David Bowie.
Wow. This is a pretty big plane. Melissa?
What's up? You can't. Well, no.
Hello.
We are in an intense game of Crazy Countdown.
Who's winning?
I am. I'm at Crazy 6. He's at Crazy 7.
Do you want to tell you what he has?
Yeah.
I saw a jack in there somewhere.
Thanks.
No problem. Class. This is first class. This is where we're not in the bubble. We're not allowed to be here. This is where the rich people are.
You know, we should be up here, so we're going.
We're just peasants compared to these people. Okay, that's nice.
Hey, Dan. How's it going? We're being delayed another 2 hours. 2 hours after our next flight right now.
Yeah.
I'm getting very impatient.
I think everybody's getting impatient,
I
Kat.
think so as well. So maybe some vodka and drink for now.
Cheers. That. Are you drunk yet?
Are you drinking? I see that.
Jen! Jen! What was that?
Get ready to fly at 9 after 40 minutes. And we'll give us a nice time. 25 minutes past 10. After Friday morning. We just received the latest actual weather report from Amsterdam. It's nice weather, good visibility, no clouds, and even southern winds. The temperature in this morning is minus 4 degrees centigrade. Nothing new.
This is the plane going to Amsterdam. That was Andre's cut your tongue. Is that how I'm filming? Yeah, you're on. Okay, I'm coming in for a close-up, Andre.
We're on our way to Venice. Georgia.
Pardon? What? Close up on the soon-to-be Volkswagen. Wait, let's focus in here. There we go.
See your reflection?
Almost. We need a little bit of turtle wax. And there's the rest of the plane. Ooh. There we go. Ready? There's the last picture.
Best give a firm pull on both rat tabs. This should never be done inside the aircraft. Als het nodig is, kan het zwembad worden bijgevuld door het ventiel. Het lampje kunt u aandoen door een ruk te geven aan het koordje met de label. Het zwembad zit onder uw stoel. If necessary, the life vest can be inflated orally. The lamp can be switched on by tugging the cord with the label. The life vest is stowed under your seat. In het geval van een evacuatie zal het gangpad worden verlicht. Wijst u aanwijzen waar deze is evacuation. The cabin now will be illuminated. We will now indicate the location of these lights and the nearest emergency exit. En tenslotte.
We are looking at an overhead view of Amsterdam.
Kids are in the way. Greg's gonna cry.
Here we are in the fabulous suite of Viso and Muse.
And Laura.
No, this is our room.
Yeah, you get out.
This is our. Look at the size of lovely beds. Melissa, can you get up? Melissa, get up for a minute. Just look at the size of these beds. Wow. I think I could fit one ass cheek on that.
A ass cheek.
And the bathroom. The bathroom, yes, I broke the door on the bathroom already. Oh, and this is the coolest thing. These people in Europe are they're really kinky. Look at this. You sit on the toilet here, and this is how you wipe your ass.
You can adjust the water. It's like a shower. That's your responsibility. Yours is most
So Chris, what's up with Chris?
Did we have chips or something at the bio?
He forgot.
Here's Melissa's and Laura's room.
It's supposed to be on a plane that was coming.
And this is the size of the keychain. Look at the size of this thing. This thing is monster. Hotel Plaza. That's what it's called, isn't it?
Their TV's loud. If it's going to be loud like that all night, it's going to be going down.
Look at that. That's like a tire off of a little Chevette back out the side of the road.
Can you turn around?
That's the postcard we saw.
Yeah, we do bullshit.
Oh, you bought that one, didn't you?
Hey, there's our friend.
It's our friends? Oh, the Chinese people. Hey, where are you going with them?
We're in Padua right now. These are pieces of Roman
Lawbreakers.
museum.
Born in Padua, Titus Livius stated it was founded in 753, and only in the 3rd century BC, Sacroman came to this.
You want to take pictures, sir?
Opening a church for the village of the arena, because don't forget, arena and arena were never that long. You would see it in Rome. The Colosseum was really far away from all the rest of downtown. There isn't a real The Colosseum will be a bit of looking at his masterpiece now, and you will see the beginning of him in Assisi. He painted for the first time church in the St. Francis Church, the lower church. I personally
Oh wow, look at that.
Of an ancient temple that was right at the entrance to the port. It was dedicated to Jupiter, this temple. And this is where the pedestrian area begins. Now, Italy has lots of great ideas, but very little money. So when we rebuilt downtown, we realized that so many remains of ancient stuff beneath the ground. So we couldn't just keep an open-air museum. We had to refix the streets. And mathematics at our university. And you know what we discovered? You see the bus, the small bus in orange in front of us on the right? Well, the street broke 2 summers ago, and we discovered that we have catacombs that lead from the central part of the island to the basilica right in front of us. This is the Basilica of Santa Giustina. I showed it to you before when we were inside of the museum, and I said to you that...
St. Francis of Assisi Church. Belongs to the Vatican. Yeah. If I get shit on, there's the front of the church.
By doing his work, but he was not only engaged in Venice, but he was engaged in Chapo and Padua too. So it's kind of unbelievable.
So that's his chin up there?
That's his chin.
We're in Verona right now. And there are so many pigeons.
You want to get a picture of that Mercedes back there?
All Europe, there was travel. The Pope and the Emperor because both
pigeon on his head.
What's that? And the guy gets in his car, he'll be like, yeah.
Hey, take a picture of me. Beside the car.
Hey, wait, I'll go like this, wait.
That's a nice car.
1949, guy.
You just press the button, wait.
This balcony that we're looking at right now is the famous balcony of Juliet. And this is where Juliet lived. This is her house, and that is her balcony. This is the statue of Juliet.
Castles of Verona, the name is the St. Peter Castle. It was built by the Visconti family. I already mentioned them because Beatrice della Scala married a Visconti man. And instead of this street, we had a water canal of the river Adige, navigable like the river. And all what you see on your left-hand side was a little island where, according to the medieval ways, we will reach now to see the town from the top of the hill. The bridge on your left-hand side is the Roman stone bridge, 1st century before Christ, for 10,000 people and for ancient tragedies and comedies. But honestly said, nobody had too much interest in this. The earth leads to this area.
God, thank God I'm not afraid of heights.
This here is the city of, where are we? Verona.
Still a rat.
Oh, there's a company in right here.
Hey, how come there's no flash? Oh, that's why there's no flash on it. Oh, it's only a couple of minutes, not bad. Where's everybody going? I'm scared! I better not get too involved. Start leaning forward. It's a big drop.
Quindi quello che vedi che proprio dove c'è l'arco bianco è
I got the sun right in my...
ecco, e quell'altro palazzone che vedi lì è Piazza Sorradi dove c'è la stella e quell'altro palazzo è la Tranguardia.
Sai che su my picture?
It's a red section. I think like
250 there is a semicircular structure, white, white. That is arena. So that is the Roman amphitheater where we started. Then the highest tower in the middle with the white top is the Lamberti Tower, the market here. Then this church with the big dome is the San Giorgio Church. We just passed from it. Cathedral is next with the white bell tower. The Dominican. Why would they have color? Probably.
And this was the first big church built in Florence in the middle
We're now
of
in
13th
Florence.
century. The inside of this church is in a Florentine Gothic style. But the facade is a Renaissance facade because the church remained with With everybody here. This street here is called Via Tornabuoni, and this street is the most elegant bridge in Florence. Over there you can find all the best shops of all the most important fashion designs in Italy. So it's very expensive to buy this place. This is a church, a Baroque church.
No, I don't know. Okay. I know. Do you want a picture of that? Oh, yeah.
Ecco qua, e dire, oh cazzo,
Huge dome, which is the highest monument building in Florence, 100 meters. The rest of the building was a Renaissance arch which means 27 years. 27 years.
Gold doors. There is that hat, and there's the scarf. There's another one with my scarf.
One taking the camera.
There's another one right there.
The girl taking the camera.
Where?
She's taking a picture.
And there's another one right there. 3 of them all in the same spot. Solid gold. Okay, there's another one right there. And there's another one right there. This is the word good. Michelangelo. This is where Michelangelo is buried. This is Galileo's tomb.
Start on fire now.
The oldest bridge in Italy. We're on it right now. This is a panoramic view of Florence.
Look at the houses off the side of it there. Houses are off the side of it. You know, just oh.
Sorry.
This looks like an Etruscan lady, but it is Mary, and she was born in the Etruscan town. Orange lady.
Here's an overlook of Perugia.
Also, our calciatori are soccer team. The people there are called Grifoni, and from Grifo. This is the first but the first one was only shooting over Sardinia and Cremona.
Clint!
Up, miss, no chunk.
Who cares? Throw it at him.
Throw it at Clint. Clint, look under so I can take pictures. Wait.
Where's the ball?
It's gonna come, baby.
What kind of throw is that, Becky? Good job, Becky.
I'm very careful. They're throwing at you.
And they walk right in my shot.
Go!
They're running away with their furry friends.
Those things.
That's the part of my scarf. Hey, you caught everybody else, dude.
What's that?
Oh, yeah. Don't waste my battery! Oh, shit.
Oh, you guys are all cool.
Ah! Oh, how come that's so bad sticky for me? I got a camera, don't get me.
Don't be shooting at me, I didn't shoot one at you, it's him.
No!
Okay, Laura?
Back in the head, who shot that?
We get off, we run down the
Room.
What is that? Oh, is that a Renee? Is it anything important?
Oh, look at the fountain.
I bet you I could wish him well. You know what? I just don't want to
Oh, look at that, pretty straight ahead. That's what? I bet you that's what.
It's right up there.
One also told me the name of that monument that passed on our right. But this,
Okay, now my camera's not working.
Right straight ahead, you can see it. Right, see that big one? Yeah. Right straight ahead. Look.
And on the right.
Right down there. This is my mother.
No, Black Lives Matter. It is an independent country, and we are close to the frontier line, because what these barricades are, right behind is the Vatican City State. We are in Rome.
we're now going to enter the Vatican. Okay, Jen is now going to drink from the water fountain in the Vatican. Ooh. Was it good?
Oh, it's delicious.
Oh, I'm going to. Wait up for me.
here to close the Sistine Chapel. Are you okay?
Library got this place? Heads are all. Is that your camera? Or is it Crystal's? Do you have a copy of the tape?
Don't live it, dude.
Al confine della vita.
Crystal, wait up. What? Where's Crystal? There's people doing it all over the place.
I'm trying to look through it so you know you are.
Yeah, I got it. This is all flat.
That's flat, no, but all the dimension, all the middle is flat. The viewing's flat.
Here we have an illegal filming of the Sistine Chapel.
Shut up, Clint.
It's sold on the black market. We are in the Sistine Chapel. I'm illegally filming it. Amazingly enough, all this is black. Excuse me, no, the camera.
What's under the tarp? Takut main enggak ada. Ada kan? Mama masih di dalam nggak?
Roman Emperor Constantine.
It's the biggest church in the world. St. Peter's.
He chose this side of Rome where it's a huge cemetery, but this was outside of Rome. And in that cemetery was it known that Peter's apostle had been buried. That is why the choice fell upon this part of Rome. He actually did something that was also by that age. He desecrated the cemetery building on its right. That church lasted 10 centuries and a half, but it's been erected here down in the neighborhood. 1506 is the date that it started with. 1626 was they consecrated, but they keep adding and adding. 187 meters, 1 meter or 187 meters. Church long to walk in. I'll give you some details about it.
Clint, did you just swear?
The yellow window looking straight to the canopy, the bird is. See the bird? Correct.
Still in the largest church in the world.
Here's the organ. Here's the altar.
The light, actually, the light might look like okay.
It does.
Sure. That looks really nice. Amazing.
There's the seat where the Pope is.
Look like me. The letters beneath are the ones I had said before are 1 meter 41. The other letters, always in black and gray, that are close to our eyes.
Those letters up there are 1 meter tall.
Each one is 1 meter tall. The dough was completely filled in with black and gray, which were not used to that.
Good job.
St. Peter's Cathedral, largest church in the world. And this is the Vatican. Everything contained within these pillars. This is the Vatican, a separate country. This great building right here is where the Pope lives, actually. These last 4 windows that you're looking at right now, he occasionally looks out them and waves to people. That is where the Pope lives.
The First World War is 1914-18. The Palace of Venice to the left, where the awnings are, had been built during papal rulership. When Mussolini came to town, it means the day before yesterday here, and look in the distance, the Colosseum. See what an incredible contrast. And now we shall be driving over the ancient city center that was split in 2 parts by means of a modern road we owe to Mussolini, after excavations had already brought to daylight the ruins you'll be seeing left and right. We start with the column. The column is a Trajan column, a supermarket with only specialties for sold. So those are the Imperial Forum. To the right we have the Forum of Julius Caesar, which he added to the already existing first Forum, which is the Roman Forum to the right. So numbering things with proper but what the expansion of Roman ages was, I'll show you 4 maps. They are on this sort of barricade in the right. The first one would be the birth of Rome. The chronological order would be to come from the opposite direction, right? Now these you saw, but the fullest expansion, would you rather have them stop here at the Piazza Navona? Would you rather stop here at the Colosseum instead of Piazza Navona?
Yes.
We're inside the Colosseum.
Can't believe that Dan. The best was that freaking the thing that those dancing Mickey Mouses.
Well, at least I caught it.
Well, you notice when we moved away, it stopped dancing, and we're like, what?
This is outside the Colosseum.
No, they're a big one of cash.
Higher up, so you have a much better position than if you were down below. So remember, Palatine Hill was called Palazzi. Imperial palaces are the ones, the ruins of which you're seeing, and always to the right, where the trees grow, you have some roofed-over ruins, which they claim having been where Romulus founded Rome. It is alleged that there was an ancient settlement for sure. And of course, being Romulus the legend, people, 753 before Christ, at 8 o'clock sharp.
You have key. That was at a store, like a store. It's really $3. Ooh, I thought it was my cat.
The bridge that leads to it is mostly old Roman, and the gorgeous angel statues are due to Bernini's pupils. You see the Baroque additions again.
Who lived in this castle?
Popes did, but they all knew that who was the owner of the castle was the owner of Rome. It was a fortress that they held with great care. And there were very many quarrels in the past medieval ages, you know, between the citizens of Rome and people who reached the highway and then, of course, till Perugia. So I wish you the very best evening, nice and warm, feeling cozy in the hotel, having a couple of drinks, thinking about
Rome. Historical Rome includes Colosseum, Forum, and the panoramic view of Rome.
No, Clint.
Remembering what it's like. Yeah, I'm thinking that.
So here is high and south, and it's covered with rocks that just go, 2 bits longer. And to get the right of national bridge goes created by Charlotte in 1625. So the chapel was made later. She died in Rome in 1380. Then her body was kept in Rome for a long time. But the Finnish people would like to build a chapel for her in 15th century. Someone was a painter.
So, this is the French Street. It was the French Street and this is the main street of it now. If you go right, you can reach French. And if you go left, you can go Rome. Really. It's really so. I mean, this was the French Street during the medieval time. Now, also now, the main street of the city. Also, if now there are no park here, sunny, during the Renaissance time. If you go up from the big door, the big entrance in the middle, go up there, you can see a man with a big nose and a laurel on the head. He's Dante Alighieri, who wrote the Divina Commedia. Do you know him? Yeah. Okay, wonderful. And in the center there is Salustio Bandini. He was an economist, and he worked also for our university. I told you before that we have a quite important university here in Siena, and we have now 9,000 students.
by train and beginning they started to build all the buildings with this kind of material, but with water.
We're in a little cafe in Vienna, and I was going to buy these chocolates, but they're just too damn expensive. These little white chocolates there are 6,000 lira, which is about maybe a little over $5 Canadian for those three right there. These cakes are just way too expensive to buy, so this is what you get.
Like a capsule or like a portrait, a capsule and a portrait, a small portrait. But so were just a family leaving. At the beginning, they had to build little village tables just so the family itself from the outside. So it's built really like a portrait. If you observe, they had two doors. So the fact itself was good, it's empty, and then they had so strong walls. It was possible from the small window in the building outside to see the enemies and to feel them. So we are here in the small church. And these also was revealed during the 16th century with this particular kind of decoration, so-called grotesque. You can find them in Rome. And these as well. The canalization to bring the water from the Monte Amiata to Siena. And it was possible to have water, for example, in temple squares, in the most important squares in the city, but also Schule, the most important building of the city, so the religious families. Now here there is a music academy.
You can't fit it all in.
So also here you can find the two different styles. Three big round arches, Roman style, and in the upper part, so a lot of things, so a lot of columns and decoration, typical of the Gothic style. You can see so many people here. There are things, and at the top you can see the Virgin, the Assumption of the Virgin. This church is so-called just cathedral, so Duomo, but it was built just for Maria. Just for the Virgin. So Siena had and has also now a really strong relationship with Maria. We have our horse race for Maria. It's a religious feast for her. And for example, there is a particular kind of relationship between this church and the horse race. I mean that after the horse race, every people come here to pray the Virgin, to thank the Virgin. And they are singing all together a particular kind of Latin song, Te Deum, thank her for the victory. Sure, the enemy. But it seems to be higher, just because they painted really good perspective. It's just painted. They didn't use other materials to make it. Yeah, the stars were just painted, and all the lines here just painted. So the dome was built in 1263, but it was painting during the Renaissance time, where they could really good the perspective. And under this column, behind this column, you can see a small piece of marble. This is a small piece of a pulpit. This is the pulpit made by Nicola Pisano between 1265 and 1268. Just 3 years to make it. Perhaps you now you can have perhaps 5 minutes free time to have an idea about the cathedral, the center. Yes, and we will wait for 5 minutes.
Okay.
There you go, Mom. Here's the size of the cars in Italy.
Let's take a picture now. These rocks have
Okay, we're now. Where are we?
We're on our way to Pisa.
We're on our way to Pisa.
Pisa! You push over.
Look at the knobby trees.
Twilight boat too. You guys have to straighten it out.
I can.
Whip it against it.
That's the road, or then.
What?
It moves 1/4 of an inch per year.
Seriously?
Yep.
Oh, is that why they have it all built up on the one side to hold it?
I don't know.
That's super cool. Super cool.
Watch as it falls.
Clint's gonna go
Get away from it,
over.
Clint. Notice the weights on the side?
I know, to hold it down. Yeah.
Here there's weights swinging down the leaning tower. I'm coming, Rachel!
I saw, look, I see
Good luck.
Birdie just laying on my head. Oh, slant. It's dark in here.
Yeah. Yeah. You can hardly see it because it's so dark. No.
No?
Very. That is Galileo's lamp. There again.
So, you observe the lamp, you follow the markers, and then you see that the lamp is arriving for the second time after the
Wait.
Okay, Andre. Camera down.
What is his name?
Avec tes gants, ça marche pas.
Other churches are cool. One of you is the snow watching stuff. One of you is suffer. Can't say well, so nice that the years will last your life. Because Rachel's going to send those pictures. Well, she wanted a bunch of photos.
Clint! Get your dog out of the way!
Cover up the deer. Be well fed. I said Swiss, so you're getting more of them on the deal.
That is right.
What? I don't have any Swiss. Just look at it.
For a couple of seconds.
That purple pillar
You better buy a tape off Andre.
means that your spouse or your boyfriend or girlfriend will be faithful to you for 24 hours, which is a legend or something. We've got it on videotape and I'm watching it every day because I don't trust her. I don't trust her.
Shouldn't. She's untrustworthy.
I don't trust her as far as I can throw her. With my bad knee, I shouldn't be throwing anybody. We're now on our way to Geneva.
Dirty window shopper.
I know.
Are you a rock star?
I am a rock star. We wear glasses to protect our eyes. Yeah, Andre.
What are we doing now?
We're looking over the Alps. We're actually in Genoa, actually, which is one of the biggest seaports. You can't see straight up from the other side, but it's not actually there yet because, you know, we're not there.
Right.
We get a really nice view of the actual town.
We should cut down those damn trees. They're in my way.
Yeah. Soon we're going to be going through a tunnel that's about 12 kilometers long.
12 kilometers.
That tunnel. Remember we were talking about that tunnel in math
It's math class. That's right. Mr. Giacchini, that's the only thing you're good for.
See, well, we're going to go.
Okay, go.
Alright, once again, you see the Alps. It's very special, you know, it's kind of like Genoa and Geneva. Our people know where to see it.
Genoa? Geneva.
Genoa. Look at the bridge, it's a very beautiful bridge. I can tell you the name of it, but
Let's just hope we don't pass over it, because that would be very scary.
it would be, especially if we fell. We are. Oh, we are.
We are going over it. Oh, how nice.
So,
Put it in reverse.
whole turkey shop for the Alps. Maybe we'll get a chance to go skiing.
Let's hope so. That is the Mediterranean Sea. Well, was the Mediterranean Sea.
Again, you see part of the Alps. Very interesting, very intriguing. Up there. Look at that. Right there, closes his window so you can't see anything. See it, I don't know what to say.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh.
I like the middle lane myself.
Come down, Andre. Look at the moment.
Middle lane.
Oh!
How do you say no pass auto?
How do you say if I look down, I'm going to vomit?
There's multiple cars on here going everywhere. I know, all these countries get thrown over the top.
Lots of luck, man.
So who's going skiing?
Still look around, Andre.
Yeah.
There's a car come over here.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay, Dan, tell us about your trip so far.
Oh, it's been fabulous. There have been many funny things and many
Smelly things?
smelly things, yes. Wonderful. Stay out of the bathroom after Mrs. Dobson. But other than that, it's fun.
Andre, why do you stay out of the bathroom?
Because it smells like, how do I say it?
Okay, anything else that you remember about this trip?
There's an Italian version of Geneva.
All right, can you tell us that? No way. Do you like to get tucked in at night?
Pardon me coming through.
Oh, this is quick.
Get out of my face.
Money in my pocket. I like the color of my hair.
Sing, Melissa.
I've got a friend who loves me.
Walk in front of my camera, Sean.
I've got a car. I've got a
This is the hotel room in Geneva. Here's the bathroom. And look at this, they sell cologne, shampoo, toothpaste, and all this crap. For an incredible price. I don't even want to figure it out. The big beds. Say hello. Check out this funky phone. That just cost me $5. Here's the fridge. Look at this. Buy a pack of smokes.
Cost $20.
$20. Here's all his. Oh my god, the size of this Toblerone. This is 14 Swiss francs, which is about 18 Canadian dollars. There is Team Canada walking down the street, and we're going to meet them.
You guys move back! You guys, come on. You guys? Want to look
out? Crazy kid out of Jack. You guys want to go shopping?
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, guys.
Standing outside the arena where we're going to see the hockey championships. Canada against Russia. We're going to kick their butt. And look where Rachel gets the best seat in the house right there. Ringside, check that out.
That's so awesome. That's a big there.
The
Part of the ceremony. In my view, ceremony, what it shows is, to a large extent, whether held in any community or anywhere, shows courage, forthrightness, and it lends elegance and grace to everything that we do in life, and hence it is necessary. And such a trip cannot be ended without the thank yous, because we are all here and at the destination we were supposed to be, at the time we were supposed to be, and all together. Hence, thank yous are necessary. First of all, to the God Almighty, and thank you. I certainly don't wish to give you the sermon of our Sunday church, but I am God-fearing, so if I have offended anybody, with due apologies. And, of course, our wonderful driver, Otto, he'll be coming later, but give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Now comes the part of the tour, and you boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much indeed for cooperating on this tour, in your faces, and I say that without any inhibitions. I saw a lot of innocence, which I love to see at that age, the enthusiasm, and the will to do a lot of things, interestingly, and God be with you, and you did a super job, and I'd like to give you a hand. Thank you. And I want to leave you with something very golden that I heard when I did my, you know, when a chap gets to my age, he's always saying, when I did, this damn I, but it is true. When I did my post-graduation in the Army, our commandant was the rank of a Lieutenant General. We were out for nearly 7.5 months of very concentrated training, which was not the physical part, but the intelligent quotient part. continuously writing. I mean, one couldn't sleep any more than 3 to 4 hours because there was so much of homework, and there was a group work, there was individual work. They very well drove you nuts. And then at the end of it, please hear the remarks of this general. He said, "Gentlemen, there were no ladies in the Indian Defense Forces. Due apologies to you ladies. You're doing wonderfully well. Gentlemen, if in this course of 7.5 months, I have made you, or shall we say, the college has made you, the students of learning the military aspect, we would have achieved our aim. And I like to say to you boys and girls, if in this trip, though 8 days, but you spent a fair amount of money, taking everything into consideration, if you have become students of learning, not necessarily shopping, dash, 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 learning, I think Mario and others in the institutions would have achieved their aim. Next, I must thank Mario, Lillian, Rose, Louis, Shirley, Mike, are you there? No. And Terry, for helping me in all phases that was necessary. And how can I ever forget my special thanks, my personal thanks, of course, to the wonderful lady here that I have been speaking for years and years, Mrs. Bertotti, to grace this, to be amongst us. Thank you. And then, of course, my personal thanks, I said, hey, you going all the shopping and just bring a piece of chocolate for me. And what a kind thought, Rachel. Thank you very much. She brought that chocolate for me. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure of serving you. I hope that you feel that you got the value for your money, and look forward to be of service to you again if you feel so. Thank you very much, and God be with you.
Guys, while we wait for Otto, I think that we should give a hand to Mr. Bierman because he did his best to make this trip excellent for us. Anything that we needed or wanted, he was there for us, so please give him a hand. And as well, Mr.
For beating up our old
organize this trip over here, because without him, you guys wouldn't be here.
Otto, on behalf of the chaperones and all of us, I'd like to thank you for being the best driver in the whole world. We were all a little nervous on the mountains and the icy hills, but you always came through for us and made our trip a safe and great one. And you also taught us a little bit of Italian, so I'm going to try and attempt this in your language. Otto, per tutti di noi voglio ringraziare per essere il meglio conduttore nel mondo. Siamo stati in pochi negozi sulle montagne e il ghiaccio, ma sei stato bravo. Hai fatto la nostra visita sana e merveilleuse. Grazie mille. Let's give him that.
Thank you. Grazie mille. Grazie. Very good, Becky.
Okay, and we're on the plane now from Crystal, from Amsterdam to Toronto. We're 45 minutes away. 42, sorry, getting good. Okay, Crystal, move your head. Excuse me, ship. And here's all our
British Airlines. Thank you and goodbye. And before disembarking, look on the sea button to the luggage bins for your personal belongings. And be aware when opening the luggage bins, hand the bridge crew to the floor.
No.
Why no way? Take my shoes on. I'll like work.
Now standing in our hotel room in Toronto, the Sheraton Hotel. This is the view I have of my window. Explain our situation right now.
I don't even know our situation. We're taking a bus back to Timmins instead of a plane because the stewardess is on strike.
They're idiots.
See, there's a question mark if you can see.
Yeah. This is Sean McGackran, and we're going to do an interview with him. So, Sean, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, you know, pretty tired, you know, like, I've been in the city for a long time, you know, and it's like they dang open these pork chops, you know, like they keep saying, you know, you're going to go here, you're going to go there. Nothing happens. It's going to sit there, you know. Get halfway home, you're on day, you know, and you send you back to Toronto. Like, I just don't understand anymore. I don't understand how it'd be so easy to get to Geneva.
We don't know, Sean, we don't know.
Just go to Timmins, I'm just... just for Clem.
It wouldn't have been in Timmins because they wouldn't have called that early. Well, don't let everyone get up right now. It's not even at that round yet.
Thank you.
Pull us started.
I have to ask him
The only thing else that could have been more wrong is we're all dead.
What else do you have to say?
Are us, man. They're dumb.
Go Scabs! So, Margaret?
Yes.
How do you feel?
Nice. Okay.
I'm filming, Jen.
She's sleeping.
One year ago, the semifinal in Boston saw Canada take on the Russians. It was another classic installment in this great rivalry. Jerome McGinley, the hero, in a 4-3 win. This game features two of the hottest NHL draft prospects, Sault Ste. Marie Greyhound star Joe Thornton, who's been a tower of strength for Canada, and another Russian rocket, superstar Sergei Samsonov. TSN and Canadian Hockey are proud to present the 1997 World Junior Hockey Championship, live from Geneva, Switzerland. Today, from the Patinoire d'Avernay in Geneva, Team Canada takes on Russia with the winner to go to tomorrow's gold medal game. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the 1997 World Junior Hockey Championship on TSN. I'm Gord Miller. Canada-Russia says it all. Since this tournament began in 1977, only two teams have won 9 gold medals, Canada and Russia. Only 2 nations have won 4 consecutive gold medals, Canada and Russia. The Canadians go for a 5th straight this year. Last year was a classic. Canada won the semifinal 4-3. 10 years ago, Canada-Russia in Piastany in the Czech Republic. turned into a brawl that saw both teams kicked out of the tournament. What does today hold in store? All we know is the winner gets a shot at gold tomorrow. Canada hoping it's a 5th consecutive gold medal. The Russians are a much more open people, much more democratic than they used to be, but Team Canada hasn't seen them in a while, and there's still a lot of mystique. Yesterday, the Russians practiced here in front of a very interested group of observers, yes, the Canadians, keeping a very close eye on their arch-enemies. How has this series gone in this tournament? Since 1982, when Canada first set national teams, Canada is 8-4-2. Of note, Canada has lost just one of the last 7 meetings and has won 4 straight against the Russians. The last meeting was in Boston last year in the semifinal. Canada won it by a final of 4-3. And between the two nations since 1982, lots of gold. Canada or Russia have won every gold medal since 82, with the exception of 87, when they were both bounced from the tournament. No need to say more about this game from our perspective through the eyes of Canadian captain Brad Larson. Canada-Russia says it all.
There's such a history between Canada and Russia, and I think it's an excellent game for our team to come out and be excited again. And I think they the guys accept this as a big challenge, and I'm expecting a very big game for everyone tonight. I don't think I'm going to have to say too much, really. I think everyone knows what's expected of everybody, and they're going to be ready for tonight's game.
The Canadians played by far their best game of the tournament in the quarterfinals against the Slovaks, but today meet by far their best opposition. Most scouts here believe this is the best Russian team in the World Junior in at least the last 5 years. To talk more about the game, here again, Paul Romanuk and Bob McKenzie.
Hey, thanks, Gord. What has to get rolling for Canada, we've talked about it the last couple of games, the much maligned defensive core.
Well, the reason the defense is being maligned is because they haven't moved the puck very well from their own end. They have to elevate their play today if Canada is going to be successful. Now, should the defense break down, and it has been breaking down, the good news for Canada is that Marc Denis is in net. And this is one of the big advantages Canada traditionally has over all Russian hockey teams. Canada has a star in net in Marc Denis. The Russians do not have a star. Some people would say they don't even have confident goaltending, but they do have some stars up front. Sergei Samsonov and Alexei Morozov leading the way offensively for this team. Samsonov is draft eligible this year, a one-on-one sensation who plays for the Detroit Vipers. Morozov is a first-round pick of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Last year, I thought he was the best player in the semifinal game against Canada. So those are two of the guys Canada's going to have to keep an eye on, but the defense must elevate their game in this contest.
Remember 1 year ago, Jose Theodore was outstanding in net against Russia in the semifinal for Canada. He faced over 40 shots. Now, what Canada has to do to be successful against this Russian team, no secret, you look at games in the past, be physical.
Same as always, Mike Babcock says that if we're getting in on the forecheck and we're crunching some bodies and we're laying the body on them, our game plan is working. If we're not getting to them, we've got to be patient, but eventually we do have to play the physical game. If we don't, we will not win. That's the trademark of Canada-Russia games, along with the great goaltending for Canada.
The defense just has not been moving the puck. A great stat to look at. Of the 7 defensemen on the Canadian team, take a guess at how many have assists in this tournament. The answer would be 1. Jason Doig, the only guy with an assist back there in the blue line. Gord?
All right, Paul, in the quarterfinal round 2 days ago, Canada cruised over Slovakia, but what a game between the Czech Republic and Finland. Finland led 2-1 with 7 seconds to go when the Czech Republic tied it, and then won the game with a shootout to advance to the semifinal against the United States. We'll have highlights of that game coming up in our first intermission. Alan McCauley with a couple of points as Canada beats Slovakia. Other action at this World Junior Championship, the 5th place game, Finland over Slovakia by a count of 6-4. Nico Kapanen with 3 points in that game as Finland finishes in 5th spot. In the relegation round, Switzerland beat Poland, Sweden over Germany. Poland looks like a sure bet to be relegated, which means it will not participate in next year's World Junior Championship in Finland. When we come back, getting set for Canada and Russia, it's semifinal Friday at the 1997 World Junior Hockey Championship.
Alexei Kolkanov, 7 points so far. Sergei Samsonov has 5 goals for the Russians. Back in the blue line, you will want to keep your eye on Andrei Zuzin. He has a couple of points in this game. Big San Jose Sharks pick, number 2 overall in the draft last year. And starting in goal, Radmir Fayazov will get the start. A bit of a surprise because he has not been their number 1 man through this tournament. For Canada, up front, the switch you'll want to take note of is Mann and Whitfield switching up on the right wing. The big reason, they want Whitfield to be able to shadow Sergei Samsonov. And back in the blue line, you talk about Canadian defensemen having trouble handling the puck. Only guy with goals is Jackman. The only guy with assists is Doig. Starting in goal for Canada, Marc Denis. He has been sensational for Canada so far in this tournament. Coming up, yet another page in the brilliant rivalry, Canada and Russia. That is next when we return to Geneva. Including in one case the actual boundaries of the country, whether it's Canada and the Soviet Union, or as is the case now, Canada and Russia. There is still something special about this matchup. And it's even more special when it's a big game. And folks, this one is. Marc Denis will be feeling a lot of that pressure in goal for Canada. The winner of this game on to the final. Canada taking a run at an unprecedented 5th gold medal in a row in this tournament. Radmir Faizov is in at the other end. And just as a note, Faizov, kind of a semantics thing. Is he the #1 goaltender or isn't he for this club, Bob?
Well, for all intents and purposes, yes, he is the #1 goaltender. He played in their first game, a 4-3 win over the Slovaks. He came back and scored a 4-2 win over Finland. That put Russia in the driver's seat. They used their second goaltender, Klopotnov, in their third game of 12-0 win over Poland. And in a meaningless game against Sweden, used Klopotnov again. So Klopotnov has a back-to-back shutouts, but Faizov is the #1 man, and he's up against Canada's best today.
Klopotnov is also drafted of the two. He's drafted by Florida. Faizov is not drafted.
So the question is, did we get a great scouting report on the Russians? Is this goaltender inadequate? Or is he Vladislav Tretiak's reincarnation here? We will soon find out. He's a small goaltender, and Canada will try to take advantage of that.
Peter Anderson is the referee. He's from Sweden. Stefan Danielsson, also a Swede, and Pavel Halas from the Czech Republic on the lines.
Those are the only Swedes in the medal round. They're in the relegation pool this year. Mike Babcock, the 33-year-old head coach of the Spokane Chiefs. He likes to hunt bear with a bow and arrow. Russian coach Peter Vorobiev likes to hunt Canadians.
Figuratively, of course. Canada in white, Russia in red, and we are set to roll. Kolkinov out there at center to start things off for Russia. Hay out there for Canada with McCauley and Larson, and we are underway. Puck cleared up by Phillips. Up along the boards, tapped back by Markov. Markov, number 21, makes the successful stand at his blue line. And here's Phillips. Up along the boards. Morozov knocks it loose, fires that puck in wide of the net, swooping up after it. Morozov tried to get it in front, but knocked away. Morozov with 6 points heading into this game. 3 goals and 3 assists. And we'll let you know as soon as Samsonov hits the ice. He's standing at the ready. 1 leg over, ready to step out there. He has 5 goals so far for this Russian team. Puck cleared up the middle. Vacha couldn't hang on to it. Samsonov is on the ice. Number 10. A man many feel could go #1 in the upcoming NHL draft. Samsonov knocks the puck down, and here he comes. Samsonov walking in, feeds it ahead. Petrunin circles, centers it in front. It's knocked away. Here's Petrunin again, waiting. He's knocked to the ice. Over to the board, Dubé going after it. Good work on Petrunin to snuff out that scoring chance. Samsonov lurking in the weeds, hoping that puck will pop loose to him, but nowhere for Petrunin to turn. Finally, it comes out. Still lots of pressure along the board. Samsonov can't come out with it. Vacha does. Centers with a bouncing puck, is tapped outside the blue line. So Samsonov looks impressive out there in his first shift against Canada. Up the middle, Hamilton gets it up and ahead. Briere up towards the corner, couldn't come up with it. The puck knocked by Doig. Here's Hamilton. He'll just fire it back in. Briere hopping up there, but didn't come out in time to clear the zone. Offside is called on Canada.
Actually, the line's been going ahead and calling icing on that one. Hamilton wasn't quite over the red line, and they call it to the letter of the law here. So Daniel Briere and Canada have to come back into their own end for that face-off. Daniel Briere, one of the offensive players for this Canadian team, a first-round pick of the Phoenix Coyotes, a member of the Drummondville Voltigeurs, and the top-scoring player in Major Junior Hockey last year. He and Christian Dubé lead the way offensively from the center spot on Team Canada. A couple of neutral zone turnovers already in this game from Canada. They've got to do a better job in that area.
On the face-off, Lasenkov moving up after it, but knocked down. Briere muscles his way, wills that puck out to center. Here comes Briere up there with Isbister. Isbister going towards the net. Briere had his pocket picked. And Antipov, the Toronto Maple Leafs draft pick, moves the puck out to center. Antipov going after it. Number 17, he's given a bump by Briere. Briere with that puck along the boards, getting some help from Isbister, and cleared in. Gorokov can't get it out. On the second attempt, the puck rolling on him, but he carries out to center. Gorokov, long shot, and that goes sizzling up over the glass and out of play.
Well, Brad Isbister and Peter Schaefer, a couple of left-wingers, really came to life in the last game, a victory over the Slovaks, a sudden death game against Slovakia that Canada won, the qualification game. And they expect more of the same today. Canada wants to play the physical game, and Isbister does that. At 6'2", 225 pounds of the Phoenix Coyotes, plays for the Portland Winterhawks in the Western Hockey League. He wants to use his size and speed and getting on top of the Russian defenseman. We've already seen Canada with a couple of good hits. Cameron Mann on the last shift had some good penetration on the forecheck.
Fedotov rolls that puck up right in front of the net. Gavdelin was taking a stab at it, but was in fact knocked down. He's up there again looking for a rebound, but none forthcoming from Denis.
Well, it goes without saying that Marc Denis will have to be sharp today. He's facing a very explosive Russian team that has a lot of skilled players up front. Mike Babcock talking about the importance of net minding. He says, anytime I've watched a Canada-Russia game internationally, the Canadian goalie is usually one of the stars, and we expect much the same from Marc Denis today.
But if you watch the game 1 year ago between these two teams, Russia outshot Canada 46-24, and Canada nipped by in that game, winning it 4-3. So Theodore was outstanding. This is Devereaux. Larson clears it out. Phillips kicks it up ahead. Devereaux has that good outside speed. He drives down to the corner. Devereaux centers it out in front. Phillips right in there. Big save by Faizov. Devereaux put it right out in front to Phillips, and he had a great chance.
Nice job by Boyd Devereaux to get to the puck for starters. He's got great speed, and Edmonton won a first rounder. Does a nice delay, and Phillips does a nice job of reading off of him, coming through completely wide open, and Phillips tries to go high on Faizov, the small goaltender. He basically buries the puck into him. A nice read by Phillips, though, to jump up into the play, showing lots of confidence. We talked about this defense and the pressure they've been under, how they mishandled the puck, but Phillips shows some good composure early on to take an offensive opportunity.
This is Goy. Goy up along the boards. Gets it down into Dubé. Nobody in front yet. Dubé drops it out back of the net. And it went skittering by Schaefer. Out to center. Thatcher swings in over the blue line. He has Samsonov up there with him. Tried to knock the puck in front. And Schaefer comes back the other way for Canada. He has Whitfield over to his left as he drives in. Samsonov hits him. Hamilton's got it. Shooting! That one skips up around the boards. Whitfield after it. Here's Dubé. Being pestered there. Schaefer over after it. Bumped by Petrunin. And the puck cleared back into Russian territory. Orakovsky with it. Canada getting in a change. We played 4 minutes of this opening period. 0-0. Canada and Russia. The winner goes on to the final against the winner of a game to be played later on tonight here in Geneva between the United States and the Czech Republic. Here's Cameron Mann. Long pass up for Isbister. He'll drive up after it, but that's an icing call on Canada. You're watching live coverage of the World Junior Hockey Championship on TSN.
Help a buddy pull a stump out of the ground. Take the family snowmobiling. Fill it with planks and build the kids an outdoor rink. Volunteer as a designated driver. Dodge Ram.
To impress the jealous set, one mustn't allow perspiration to run amok. Thus, I introduced this new approach to wetness and odor protection. New Right Guard Clear Stick. All the protection of a white stick, now in a clear stick. So clear, there's no flaky white stuff. Now perspiration hasn't a chance with this new advance. New Right Guard Clear Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
The 1997 World Junior Hockey Championship from Geneva, Switzerland is brought to you in part by Bauer. Leave an impression.
So far, Mike Babcock, what do you think on a scale of 1 to 10 he would feel with the game plan?
Well, I think he's happy so far. Obviously, it's very, very early and not much of consequences happened, but his team is skating well, seem to be playing with a lot of authority right now, and they haven't always done that in this tournament.
Up along the boards, Antipov moves it up ahead. Saric, one of those Canadian defensemen who's had trouble handling the puck, gets it to Ware. Ware gets it off the boards. Vlasinkov there at the line, not able to keep it in. Here comes Isbister. Briere is with him, so is Mann. Gorakov gets to it. And right down the middle. That's going to be on goal, so no icing. Saric starting back. Isbister taps it ahead to Briere. Trying to get it back to Isbister, knocked away. Here's Doig. Volchkov out onto the ice for his first shift of the hockey game for Russia. He wears number 15. Hasn't done much for them in the tournament, but some speculation that he may be suffering from a touch of the flu. He has the puck now. It bounces away from him. Gabolin. Roughed up along the boards. Thornton over there after it. And here's Doig for Canada. Intended for Letowski. Knocked away there. Butseyev got to it. Fedotov gave it away to Willis. Willis coming up. Thornton shoots one in. Bounces in front of the net. That was Letowski cutting across. He's got it now. Willis into the corner. Down low to Thornton. Cycles it back in front. Willis shoots. That's stopped. Loose puck in front. Knocked towards the corner. Picked up now by Gabolin, and he will clear it out. So a bit of pressure there for Canada. Thornton and Willis and Letowski doing some work. Here's McCauley. Works it across. Devereaux cleared it in, took the hit there. Kukunov stepped into him. Here's Wallen. Puck cleared up ahead now. Trofimov in over the blue line. Dropped it back. Puck fired there by Markov. Rebound comes out. And fired off the boards and outside the blue line. Devereaux cuts to the outside. And he's ridden heavily into the boards there by Sidulov. McCauley going after it. Hamilton shoots. And kicked up over the glass. Faizov got enough of it to knock it up over the glass and out of play. We've played 6 minutes and 41 seconds. Great pace to this one. 0-0 game.
Well, so far so good for the diminutive goaltender. Faizov comes up with a save on Shane Willis. Willis cycles the puck down low to Thornton, and good vision by big Joe Thornton to get it back to Willis. Willis fanned on that shot as little Faizov comes up and stacks the pads. Canada wants to turn the physical intensity up to a big level. And boy, oh boy, Brad Larson does that there as he runs Donica, number 9, into the boards.
Susan gets it up around the boards, kept in at the line. Whitfield banks it up around. Dubé nipping back there after it. There's Dubé. Schaefer helping him out. Puck gets by Whitfield. Doig has to wait for his mates to come out. Clears it across. Schaefer shovels it in. Susan chasing up around the boards for Russia. Doig fires it up there. Quick shot off the boards. And Faizov stopping that.
Well, Canada is getting a lot of the matchups at once today. Sergei Samsonov, 5 goals in this tournament. Very explosive. Great one-on-one player who plays for the Detroit Vipers. Played in this tournament last year, and the young man who will be shadowing him and accompanying him all over the ice today is Trent Whitfield of the Spokane Chiefs. There's a little line juggling by Coach Mike Babcock, switching up Cameron Mann and Trent Whitfield, a pair of right wingers. And he's moved Whitfield out of the line with Dubé to try and get that line out against Volchkov, Petrunin, and Samsonov. The other matchup that Babcock wants is he wants McCauley's checking line up against Kolkanov, Trofimov, and Morozov, which is the top offensive unit. Samsonov may be a little more explosive, but the Morozov group produces more consistently.
Vasilyev gets it along the boards and down the ice. And icing is called on Russia. We played 7:24, 0-0 hockey game. Great matchups on the ice and between the coaches as well. You know, Babcock is pumped for this one, as well as his assistant there to his left, Mike Polino.
Those are basically the only line matches that Mike Babcock wants, and doesn't have to work very hard. The last change belongs to the Russians here, but as is often the case, the Russian coach Vorobiev is not really paying too much attention, at least not yet, in terms of trying to get certain players away from certain Canadian forwards.
Vasilyev is firing it down the ice, where Denis came up to play it. Lachenko after it. Back to the blue line. Vasilyev trying to get it up to Lachenko. Ware chasing it down. And here comes Ware, snaking his way out for Canada. Antipov was up there to challenge him a little. Vasilyev. Gorakov. And Sarich will skate back after it. Samsonov up there to pressure him. At the line, Donica knocks it down, shoots. That is well wide. Skips up around the boards. Fedotov over there, but couldn't keep it in. Offside is called on Russia, and they're going to move the face-off down to the other end, ruling it was intentional. The bronze medal game, 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 o'clock Pacific Time. The gold medal game at 10 Pacific Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. If Canada is playing in that gold medal game, be sure to join us 1/2 hour earlier. We'll have a pregame show and set the table for you for the gold medal game. It will be Canada or Russia, the winner of this game, against the winner of a game coming up later tonight between the U.S. and the Czech Republic. Fedotov. Gabdulin. Couldn't get it out there for the Russians. Twisting around is Willis, looking for a bit of daylight. Scoring along those boards. Gabdulin comes after it. Willis bounces off of him and continues the chase. Donica trying to get it out. Fedotov sends it up around the boards. Volchkov gets it out. Here comes Willis, up to the line. Long shot offside is called on Canada.
Well, Alexander Volchkov, no stranger to the players he's playing against today. He's a member of the Barrie Colts, his second season in the Ontario Hockey League with Coach Bert Templeton's team. Drafted 4th overall last year by the Washington Capitals, a player with an enormous amount of offensive ability. He considers something a bit of a temperamental head case at times, and that's why he was a bit of a risky pick at 4, and why Mike Milbury and the New York Islanders at number 3 didn't want anything to do with him.
Wallen along the boards, couldn't keep it in. Phillips looking for it there for Canada, and it's scrum along the boards. Kolchinov for the Russians trying to jam it loose. They really mix it up. Devereaux decked there. Simulov stepped into him. Now Wallen skates after it for Canada. Kolchinov watching him. Kolchinov will carry it over the blue line. Drops it back. Trofimov with a shot, and that is held by Denis. Played 9:27 in this first period. 0-0 is the score.
Well, Alan McCauley last year runner-up to Christian Dubé, a teammate on Team Canada for Canadian Hockey League Player of the Year honors, a member of the Ottawa 67s, and his performance is just improving by leaps and bounds over the course of this tournament. Had a flu bug in the cold early on and just had a tough time getting his stamina up to where he wanted it, but with each passing game he's doing more and more. They call him the checking line center, but he started chipping in with offense last game, 2 assists. Still looking for his first goal in the tournament.
Doig bouncing it off the boards and out. Orakovsky clears it back in. Petrunin trying to come in there on that right side. He was bounced big time by Hamilton. Kolchinov fights his way around. Samsonov with it now. Couldn't get the shot away. Susan poking it up to the corner. That's Doig's stick sitting on the ice. Doig without a stick, stepping after his man Samsonov. Samsonov gets it in front of the net. Macha just missed a great chance. And there's Doig. No stick, no gloves. And no chance to stay in the ice. He's going to head off to the penalty box.
It's a delay of game penalty that Doig's going to get. He literally picked the puck up in his hand and threw it up into the stands. And anytime a defenseman loses his stick, he's not very effective out there. General rule of thumb is to try to get to the bench as quickly as possible. Doig was caught out there an awfully long time without the stick. Picks that right up, throws it right up into the stands, and not much question about that. Samsonov and Whitfield are going to be a pair all day. Dubé comes in and they double team him. Peter Schaefer comes over along with Christian Dubé, so when Whitfield peels off, somebody else picks up the responsibility. It's not a pure shadowing role so much as it's a little extra attention when Whitfield's out there. That is his job.
So a Russian power play. Markov works it across. And they will patiently try to work it around. Good chance there for Trofimov, and a good save by Denis.
What a move by Trofimov coming out of the corner. Somebody's jockstrap is hanging up in the rafters there as Trofimov just comes out, and great shift to bring himself out from behind the net. Puck goes down low. There's Jesse Wallen who gets deep right out of him. And then Trofimov comes up and Denis comes up with a big save, stacking the pads. Jesse Wallen goes for the puck on that one. He's got to skate right through his man, but then he comes up and stacks the pads.
Markov clears it up. Trofimov just throws it down to the corner. Polkinov. Morozov. Back to the line. Markov with a shot, and Denis lunging out to cover up that puck. Still 1:30 to go in the Russian power play.
Oh, Alexei Morozov, he and Dmitry Nabokov were a pair of bookends last year against Canada in the semifinal. They were outstanding. Morozov, a first-rounder, the Pittsburgh Penguins, 24th overall. Nabokov, first-rounder of the Chicago Blackhawks. Nabokov is not here this year. Russians tried to say that it was because he had some sort of wrist injury. The fact of the matter is he left his team in Regina, went to the camp, and simply didn't make the team. They didn't want him along. They wanted him to play on a secondary national team that was going to play in some Christmas tournaments.
Off the draw, puck knocked down, Petrunin plays it back up to the blue line. Susan with a shot right up in front. Glorious chance for Samsonov, and Denis outweighted him. Puck cleared down to Samsonov. Vacha around back of the net. Petrunin. Samsonov will give chase. And getting there first is Sarich, and he gets it down the ice. 1 minute left in the power play for Russia. We played 11 minutes and 4 seconds in this opening period. It's a 0-0 hockey game. Puck stolen there. Here's Devereaux in front. Backhand shot by Larson, and a big save by Faizov. What a great opportunity, shorthanded for Larson.
Well, the Russians get crossed up in their own end, and Boyd Devereaux, using speed on the forecheck, takes advantage of it. Devereaux comes over. There's the Alphonse and Gaston routine. Zuzan falls down, trips over his man, and a nice play by Boyd Devereaux. Great presence of mind to go to the net with it. Uses strength to fend off a player, and then makes a nice dish pass off to Larson. Devereaux follows up and gives it a hard shot. Samsonov all alone at the side of the net. Denis waits him and does a great job of taking away the top of the net.
Sigulov sliding it back there for Markov. 35 seconds left in the power play for Russia. 0-0 is the score. We played 11.5 minutes in this first period. Morozov in over the blue line, offside call on Russia. 29 seconds to go in the power play.
Well, there have been some turnovers early here, but I'll tell you what, I see a lot of confidence in the eyes of the Canadian players today and just overall in the feel of their game. Chris Phillips did a nice job in the early going. The Ottawa Senators, #1 overall pick in the NHL draft last year, a member of the Prince Albert Raiders, jumped up and created an offensive opportunity for himself. While there have been a couple of neutralized turnovers, Canada's defense seems a lot steadier today than they did in the game, almost any game in this tournament so far.
Konstantin Sigulov teeing it up there. Morozov up to the line. Morozov right down the middle. He scores! What a goal! Fayizov, coast to coast, and it's 1-0 for Russia.
He looks like Peter Mahovlich in 1972, reversed the countries. Morozov gets a big head of steam going here. And as good as this guy is and as fast and strong, you got to do a better job of checking him. He went right through the blue line there, went right around Chris Phillips at the blue line, and Phillips just waved his stick at him. Granted, you're on a power play. Stick check. Stick check. Stick check. Thanks for coming. You're as big and strong as Morozov is, and you can get that head of steam up, you got to lay the body on him. And Canada did not do that very well in that situation.
A power play goal for Morozov, and Russia with the lead. Here's Saric shooting, juggled and held by Fayizov. A sizzling shot from Saric, and a nice stop by Fayizov.
Well, Fayizov's been up to the challenge so far. Not an awful lot of opportunities for Team Canada, but some quality ones. This was obviously a very long shot, right from the blue line. And that was a screenshot. He saw that very late. The defenseman number 3, Gorokov. And Fayizov does a nice job of picking that puck up late. And what Canada wants to do now is they want to get the puck on the net a lot. They want to create a lot of traffic in front of this little guy and start to use the slot and try and dominate that area.
Saric up into the corner. Briere and Mann both back in the net. Gorokov trying to tie them up. Blashenko helping out. Saric trying to hold the fort there inside the blue line. Did a good job of it to Mann. Gets it right out in front. Isbister with a shot that was kicked away. And Saric racing back after it. Wasenkov was watching him. Briere trying to sneak loose. Mann up there as well, but it's stopped up. Lyachenko comes back. Lyachenko went over the blue line. Trying to cut outside, and Briere, he's chopped down. And Briere, in the end, did what he had to do. He would have been beaten to the outside, so he hauled his man down. Russia will get another chance on the power play.
44. Not much question about this one. He wants to take his man down. And he knocks the feet out from underneath before he hits the puck. And the rule, of course, is very clear. Hit the puck first, then knock the feet out, and you're okay. Do it the other way, and you're killing a penalty. A crucial moment for Canada here.
Sidulov back at the blue line, works it up. Trofimov. Volkanov handed that puck away, and it's cleared out by Jason Doig. 1:45 to go in the Russian power play. 7 minutes to go in the opening period. And Russia is leading by a score of 1-0. Alexei Morozov scoring the goal on the power play for Russia. Trofimov sends it up around. That's Markov back at the blue line. He'll work it up. Comes out in front. Sidulov shooting. Nice play there by Dubé to drop in front of it on that Sidulov shot. Morozov working along the boards, gets it back. Markov to Morozov. Bit of traffic down in front of Denis. And Markov couldn't get the shot through. Sidulov's getting back to pick it up. 1:02 left in the Russian power play. And Coach Mike Babcock changing up the penalty killing unit. Here comes Zuzin. Whitfield over to put some heat on him. Zuzin just flips it in, and that is grabbed. Denis wants to keep it in play. Puck up around the boards there. Samsonov back to pick it up. Over to Zuzin. Lots of talent out there on the ice for the Russians. Zuzin sends it in. Phillips to the line, but not out. Here's Zuzin. Zuzin looking around. Samsonov is just off the edge of the crease to Denis' right. Now he steps back of the net to pick it up. This is Samsonov looking around. Centers it in front. That's knocked away. Samsonov right after it. Phillips challenging him. Gets some help there. Vacha along the boards. Back out. Orakovsky with a shot. Petrunin goes after it. Back out to the line. Zuzin up to Petrunin. To Samsonov. Back to Petrunin. Teams are back at even strength. Back in the net. Petrunin looking around. Tries to step in front. They jam at it. And Denis makes the save. And holds on to it.
Wow, Chris Phillips, some good moments, some bad moments on that last shift. #1 overall pick in last year's draft. A bad giveaway. Tried to fire that puck out of his hand. He gave it right to Andre Zuzin, who was the number 2 overall pick. San Jose Shark prospect. He's been troubled with bad shoulders. There's a lot of talk to win this tournament's over. Will have to undergo shoulder surgery. The Russians have been holding off doing that because they figured they could get some good mileage out of him in this tournament and then will undergo his surgery. But then Phillips did a good job coming back in front of the net, reading the play defensively and tying up his man. They can't have those bad giveaways in their own end, especially killing a penalty. To get an opportunity to get it out, they better get it hard off the glass and out.
This is Ware. And Ware hemmed right back into his own end. Is bouncing it up there. Cameron Mann takes it. He'll step in over the blue line. Is Bister and Briere coming up as well, but the puck cleared back down the ice by Gorkov, and icing is called on Russia. And Czech and Finland, what a game that was. Went to a shootout. We'll have a complete recap for you as well as the play of the period. That's all coming up. We played 15:27 of our first period. The flag in the left, a few years out of date. The one on the right, well, they'd like to hold it a little bit higher, and they can do that if Canada can pop a goal or two in this first period. Right off the drop, Thornton with a chance. Nice stop. Rebound is smothered by Faizov. Big time play off the face-off by Joe Thornton. Got loose, got the chance.
Well, the little goaltender, Faizov, doing a great job so far. Picks up that puck through traffic on a shot by Joe Thornton. Russians have a tough time getting on this loose puck and trying to clear it. Canada wins the small battles. Nice job there by Dwayne Hay to get the puck up to Thornton. Thornton snaps it off. Sigilov knocks Thornton down, and everybody goes to the net. Joe Thornton with a quick release right along the ice, and the young goaltender Faizov, undrafted, unheralded, comes up with a save.
There's Boyd Devereaux twisting around, centers it out towards the front, it bounces and comes out. A race for that puck, and Trofimov is almost away. Devereaux hustling up there after it, getting some help from McCauley. Devereaux centers it in front, picked up though, and Markov starting back for Russia, gets it up ahead. Morozov jarred at the blue line there, got tangled up with Larson. Larson has delivered a couple of big hits in this first period. McCauley up to Devereaux. Backhanded in by Phillips, and Canada will hustle in a change. We've played 16 minutes and 15 seconds in this opening period. 1-0. Russia is leading this semifinal game at the World Junior Hockey Championship. The winner off to the final for a shot at gold tomorrow. The loser will play for bronze. And Jason Doig was hooked down there, and Canada will pick up its first power play chance of the hockey game. Oleg Bacha was a little overzealous in his pursuit of Doig.
So far, Faizov has made all the saves that he's had to, 7 early on, some of them high quality. And Klopotnov, a draft pick, is Denny Klopotnov, number 20, the backup goaltender. He has been drafted by the Florida Panthers. And the book on both these guys coming in is that neither one of these two guys are particularly strong, but so far we haven't seen any evidence of that from Faizov. And now Canada will get things going on the power play. It looked almost like Doig just lost his balance as he pivoted, and unfortunately for Bacha, he was hooking him at the time. He went down. Power play Canada. They want to establish the point shot, get some traffic in front of the small goaltender. Canadian-style power play.
Doig sends the puck up there. Doig back at the blue line with McCauley. McCauley's at the left point. He's normally a forward. Whitfield parked in front. That's Mann and Thornton working along the boards. Here's McCauley shooting it. That one zips by. Got a piece of Faizov on the way through. And it's off the glass and out. And the Russians will hustle into change. Samsonov and Zuzin both come out. And you talk about a potent penalty killing unit that could burn you. Antipov not bad either. He's also out there. McCauley comes in, leading that rush. Thornton looks around, gets it up. Man out of the corner. Tried to land the payload on target. And was unsuccessful in that endeavor. The puck cleared down the ice. 1:05 to go on the power play. Samsonov right up there challenging Doig. And Doig throwing the puck up out of play with 1:01 left in the power play for Canada.
Well, Canada throughout this tournament has been searching for some quarterbacks on the backside on the power play. One of the guys they've decided to go with is Christian Dubé back there. They have much better offensive depth at forward than they do from the blue line, and as a result, Dubé is the guy they want handling the puck, coming out of their own end and setting up in the offensive zone. But it's not this power play unit, but the secondary unit. It'll be Alan McCauley who gets that same role as Dubé.
Briere up on the face-off for Canada. Couldn't win that draw. Markov with it. And just content to flip it back in there. Here's Wallen. Wallen handed that puck away. Kolkinov sends it across for Morozov. Back for Kolkinov, shooting just wide. And again, we see Canada having trouble handling the puck in its own zone. Popped up again. Kolkinov breaking in, shooting. Denis, big save, and another one on Morozov. Great work by Marc Denis. 34 seconds still left in Canada's power play.
Well, Jesse Wallen goes over and gives a pat on the back to Marc Denis, as well he should. Because on two separate occasions, Jesse Wallen gives the puck away. He's knocked off the puck there. And a great save by Denis. On number 11, Kolkinov, one of the most dangerous guys on the Russian team. And then Morozov, number 24, follows it up. Looks like he's got the rebound. And at the last second, has that one stolen off his stick by Marc Denis. But Jesse Wallen back-to-back giveaways in his own end on a power play. Not very good, and that's been symptomatic of Canada's problems throughout this tournament, where they're handling the puck behind their own blue line.
Still 34 seconds left in Canada's power play. 2 minutes left in the period. And Canada down 1-0. McCauley hits the line, hits the slot, and hits the post. They score the rebound. Schaefer. Peter Schaefer scores on the rebound for Canada, and we're tied at 1.
Well, I guess turnabout is fair play. Alan McCauley goes coast to coast. His job here is to get the puck in the blue line, but the Russians give him so much, and he goes right around Andrei Zuzin, fires the shot, and Schaefer picks up the rebound and puts it in the empty net. Some striking similarities to the Morozov goal. McCauley beats the number 2 overall pick Zuzin on the blue line 1-on-1. Zuzin playing the puck, not the man. On the Morozov goal, it was Chris Phillips, the number 1 overall pick, who got beat. The only difference, McCauley doesn't finish, but Peter Schaefer, the Brandon Wheat Kings, does. Left-hand shot playing the right side. He was positioned exactly where he wanted to be. On his off wing, he had lots of net to shoot at. No chance for the young goaltender.
And Devereaux comes in off the draw, fires it up there. Schaefer gets the goal, McCauley the assist at 18-10. And we are all tied up at 1 in this semifinal game. Phillips hustling back, Antipov watching him, bucks him in along the boards, but Antipov took the worst of that hit. Dubé knifing it in there for Canada. Gorakov. And the puck cleared by Phillips, no icing, so Phillips will hustle back after it. Mike Babcock getting in a couple of changes as Phillips starts back. See Letowski off the bench and into the play. He'll hustle up there to Fortune. Letowski trying to knock that puck down. He gets to it in the corner. Letowski along the boards. He and Fedotov mix it up. Sindulov up there too. McCauley, number 18 for Canada, pushing at it. Puck comes loose. This is Markov. Back to Markov. Up ahead there for Kolkinov, but he was tied up. Doig was right in his face. Very close checking. 25 seconds left in the period. Canada and Russia all tied up. At 1 as Larson sends it cross ice. McCauley, long shot, steered away by Faizov. Here's Morozov. Is clearing it down the ice. 10 seconds left in the period. No icing. Wallen giving a bump. Hamilton back there to assist. Gets it around to Larson. He's hit. Morozov ran into him. And that will do it for period number 1. The teams exchanging goals. Morozov scoring for Russia and Schaefer for Canada. It's the semifinal game at the World Junior Hockey Championship. Canada and Russia were tied after 1. Gillette live at the intermission coming up. Larson had a couple of good hits. Each team scoring in the power play. And in the face-off department, pretty even. 14-13, Canada up by 1. Between the boards, brought to you by Adidas, the brand with the 3 stripes. The Lady Godiva Marching Band on hand to cheer Canada on. Macaulay starts off out at center against Alexei Kolkanov. This is Phillips. Up to Devereaux. He'll fire it in. Larson charging up to the corner. Drops it off back of the net. Devereaux was wheeling in towards the front of the net. Macaulay couldn't get it to him. Here's Devereaux. Fires that puck back in. Larson up after the puck. Hammered his man. He stepped into Sigilov. Puck comes across in front. And it's tapped up on a play, but what a hit. Larson for the second period in a row comes in and lays the big hit, this time on Konstantin Sigilov.
Oh yeah, Mike Babcock likes that. That's exactly the start Canada wanted. Brad Larson of the Swift Current Broncos put Sigilov down. Canada, some good pressure on the Russians, created a couple of turnovers. One inside the blue line, one in the neutral zone. That's the kind of pressure Canada wants to exert and really turn up the physical tempo of this game. Those hits are all investments, Paul. Investments for the third period of this game.
Susan skating back to pick it up, number 4 for Russia. Rims it up around for Samsonov. A get by him. Whitfield and Dubé up there for Canada. Dubé picks up the loose puck. Down to Whitfield. Schaefer was in front. Hamilton up on the play as well. This is Whitfield working along the wall. Samsonov will pick it up and clears it ahead. Petrunin. Now Hamilton. To Doig. And Whitfield just zips it in there and hurries to the bench. Canada making a couple of changes in the go. Jeff Webb at the line, trying to keep it in. Not quite. Offside is called on Canada.
Well, it's back-to-back shifts now for Canada here in this second period where they have gotten the puck deep and they've gotten a very physical forecheck. Peter Schaefer can play the game either way, physically, or he can score some goals, and he did that against the Slovaks. Did that in the first period, as a matter of fact, scoring Canada's goal on the power play on a rebound off the post. Malin Macaulay's shot.
Here's Corey Sarich, taps it up. Briere was looking for it. Antipov found it briefly, and Mann just clears it in. Isbister up there for Canada. Up against Vasilyev along the boards. Briere steals it. Good job to keep it in. He gets up there shooting in the side of the net. Great work by Briere. Puck comes up ahead. Vlasinkov stripped at the puck by Sarich. Briere lets it go for Isbister. Now Briere fires it in. Isbister moving up after it. This is Isbister. Bumping along the boards, getting some help. Doig, they're just inside the line, and Doig not able to keep it in. Vlasinkov bounced there at center. Jackman with a good hit on him. Meanwhile, Briere up to Hay. And over the line, Hay curls his way around back in the net. Tried to center it, picked up by Gorokov. Phillips legging it back there to pick it up for Canada. Played 2.5 minutes in the second period. Canada and Russia tied at 1 in this semifinal game at the World Junior Hockey Championship. The U.S. and the Czech Republic play later tonight. The two winning teams in the final tomorrow. Letowski with a shot. Rebound in front. Knocked away. Hay was crashing the goal. And a penalty coming up. Dwayne Hay was going for the net, looking for a rebound. And was hooked up on the way in, so off to the box goes number 21, Andre Makarov.
Well, the impressive part of what happened there was that the fact that the Canadian transition worked so well in their own end. Very crisp, efficient coming out of their own end. Latowski goes to the net, takes the shot. And then the Russians are in the position of having to come from behind to try and hold up Dwayne Hay charging at the net. But some good effort here by Canada. Very quick. Phillips up to Thornton. Thornton up to Latowski. Latowski goes to the net with it, shoots. And Dwayne Hay goes to the net. And the theme for Canada, even before this power play, has been go to the net. Let's test this goalie. Let's get lots of shots on him. Let's get lots of traffic. Let's be physical around him and see if the small netminder's up to the challenge.
Markov off for hooking. Briere, Isbister, and Schaefer up front for Canada. Back to the line. Dubé shoots one. It's Dubé and Doig back at the blue line. And Doig not able to keep it in. Dubé over to Doig. He has to jab at it. And Polkinov clears it in there for Russia. We have seen a couple of times tonight Canada having trouble handling the puck, bringing it down the ice when it has the power play. And here's another giveaway. Polkinov breaks in short-handed. Great poke check by Denis. 5 stars for that effort. Denis got the stick out in the poke check, and Schaefer comes back for Canada. Schaefer up there with Isbister. Canada with 1:10 to go on the power play. Polkinov, it's a 2-on-1. Polkinov up with Morozov, trying to center it. And a good play by Dubé, not a defenseman, back there to break it up. In over the blue line now for Canada. Jackman fires it in. Mann stepping up after it. 50 seconds left in the power play for Canada. Here comes McCauley, gets it in front. Jackman shoots, outstopped. And up around the boards and out it goes with 38 seconds left in Canada's power play. What a wild power play for Canada. Jackman with a good chance moments ago, and the Russians have had a breakaway and a 2-on-1. Here comes Mann. Down into the corner, Mann up there with Thornton. 20 seconds left in the power play for Canada. Cameron Mann trying to come out, chopped away from him, and the puck is gloved ahead, so play whistled down with 16 seconds to go and the man advantage for Canada.
Well, you don't expect that the goaltender is going to be your best player on the power play, but Marc Denis was on this power play for Canada with only 16 seconds left now in the man advantage. A nice job by Morozov. Polkinov looked as though he was going to be offside. He was over center, cheating a little bit, but Morozov did a great job of getting it up to him, and Denis comes up with a classic Johnny Bauer poke check. And then a few moments later, Polkinov and Morozov, and Christian Dubé comes up with a nice play to break up that 2-on-1.
That's a nice play in any right, but Dubé is a forward, not a defenseman, and he played that one like an all-star.
Well, he played it well because he knows the Russians 99% of the time on a 2-on-1 will pass the puck. And the smart play on a 2-on-1 is to shoot the puck. 80-90% of the time you're better off shooting the puck.
Here comes Latowski, flying up into the corner. Teams are back at even strength. Willis picks it up. Phillips moving in from the point. Willis doesn't go to him. Willis still with it. Tried to center it for Schaefer. That was picked off. And the puck cleared down. Phillips takes it on the fly. Petrinin was watching him. And Batcha got a piece of Phillips. He lost his stick. An offside pass. Played 5 minutes and 14 seconds in this second period. Quite a shift for Phillips. Phillips, he lost his stick, rushed the puck.
Well, Phillips comes back very quickly, gets out, gets that head up and says, uh-oh, here comes trouble, and there goes his stick. But the important thing for Phillips is he got the puck out of his own end, and that's what Canada's got to continue to do. No turnovers inside their own blue line.
Here we go, Jack. Stay. Come on, Ollie.
Briere up in the face-off for Canada against Lyshenko. A rugby-style scrum off the draw, and the puck hooked there to Wallen, who clears it in. Here's Mann. Isbister picks it up. Briere was down in front. The puck skips by Ware. Flying up after it now is Antipov. Antipov trying to get outside on Saric. And a good play by Saric. A penalty, however, coming up against Canada. Antipov tips it across. Gorokov. Down low, Polkinov. Back to Gorokov. And a penalty coming up. I believe Saric will head to the box. He had to trip up Antipov, who had gotten around him on the outside or was in the process of doing so.
Well, Canada gets in trouble just inside the Russian blue line when Jeff Ware can't handle the puck at the blue line. A pass back. And right at the last second, Corey Saric was trying to get the puck. Not much question about that. The puck was right out in front. He did manage to get a piece of it to start, but then all of a sudden, Antipov, the Maple Leaf draft pick, went down. And Corey Saric gets a tripping penalty at 5:51, and the Russians go back on the power play, and big number 24, Morozov, back out there again, the most dangerous man on the ice today.
He was the first All-Star team forward last year at the World Junior Championship. He had 8 points, tied for the team scoring lead. 6 points and counting heading into this one so far in this year's tournament. Markov up to the line. Trofimov, back to Morozov, back to Markov. Morozov shoots, and that one was tipped by Phillips. He got his stick on it. Sigilov slapping it up around back of the net. Phillips gets it and gets it out. 1:25 to go in the power play for Russia. And Canada quickly changing up the penalty killing unit. 1-1 hockey game. We played just over 6.5 minutes here in the second period. Puck cleared up ahead. Nice pass to Trofimov. Trofimov to Morozov. Back to Trofimov. Markov clears it into the corner. And Morozov overskated it. Doig there to claim the spoils. Gets the puck down the ice with 55 seconds left in the power play for Russia. Sigilov just tees it up there for Zuzin. Up to Samsonov, number 10. He can fly, hits the line. Samsonov, look at him, get through, shoots. Denis, that was a nice save. What a rush by Samsonov.
Well, we talked about the sensational one-on-one play of Sergei Samsonov, and he displays why he's in contention for the #1 overall spot in this year's entry draft. Dances around the Canadian checkers, great agility, a right-hand shot who plays the left side, takes that Jason Doig, dances around him, Hugh Hamilton down, and Marc Denis once again comes up huge. Samsonov looking to go upstairs.
Petrunin gets it back to the blue line. This is Samsonov. Over to Zuzin. Looking, shooting. That's knocked down. Trying to knife it on goal is Bacha. That goes it straight to the corner. Zuzin up for Samsonov. Samsonov working that puck around. Has Zuzin at the top of the point. Samsonov over to Zuzin. Shoots, and just fired that one wide. A bouncing puck. Penalized player is back on. Saric will hustle right back into the play and try to relieve some of this Russian pressure. Wallen after his man. Samsonov gets it to Bacha. Bacha, number 22, great reach, gets it in front of the net. And the puck knocked to the boards. Devereaux couldn't get it out. Here's Samsonov, centers it in front, just rolled away from Bacha, who, despite that great reach of his, couldn't land his stick on the pass that time.
Terrific play by Samsonov behind the net to get the puck out in front, just missing his man.
Lyshenko clears it up. This is Doig for Canada. Played 8.5 minutes here in the second period. 1-1 hockey game, and a good one between Canada and Russia. Lyshenko in over the blue line, bounced by Hamilton. Antipov going after it. Number 17 for the Russians. Up there against man. Briere comes in, and he'll start back. Over to man. Man up to Briere, coming in. Had his fister in front of the net, but couldn't get it to him. Puck fired up there, knocked down on the way through, and rushed back out by Vasilyev. He gets it ahead. Vlasenkov in over the blue line, and gets disoriented there against Hamilton. Vlasenkov. Lyshenko after it. Gorokhov back to pick it up. This is Volchkov. He's bumped there by Ware, but he got the puck up ahead. Butseyev coming in, back for Volchkov, and he had one ripping towards that corner. Gorokhov throwing it down to the corner. Butseyev is run over. Volchkov up there after it. Markov with a shot that was blocked by Letowski. He comes quickly back with Willis. Thornton's up there too. And that's knocked down. Gavdelin in over the line, works it in front. They score! Gavdelin going to the net. Picked up Volchkov's rebound. And Russia goes up 2-1.
Transition by the Russians. You hate the turnovers at the offensive blue line. And a nice job by Volchkov to feather that puck back to Gavdelin. Number 27 finishes off a nice play by Volchkov, but it all starts back at the far blue line when Canada and Shane Willis had a shot blocked, and the Russians on the transition come right back down in an outman situation and take the 2-1 lead. Volchkov has had a very quiet tournament, but on that last shift, took a big hit from Jeff Ware. It looked as though it woke him up. He bounced back into the play, shot a puck just by the post, and then sets up that goal. So Volchkov looks as though his game's starting to round into form.
Faizov just hanging on to that. So Gavdelin gets the goal, Volchkov the assist at 9:56. Puck bouncing down in the corner. Macaulay after it. And a penalty coming up. It's going to be a hooking call. Hooking or high sticking. It's going to be against Zuzin as he heads over towards the box.
Well, Zuzin pleading his case with the Swedish referee, saying that Larson held on to his stick. And we'll be the judge of that. Tough to tell from that one, but in any case, Andre Zuzin, the number 2 overall pick in last year's draft, member of the San Jose Sharks system, was off for high sticking. And now Canada, an opportunistic moment here for a power play, down 2-1 on that Russian goal by Gavdelin.
Macaulay and Doig back at the blue line. That pass comes out. And to start the power play off, Thornton, Mann, and Whitfield up front.
A lot of Canada's problems on the power play originate in that area that we just saw, right across the blue line. Canada's defensemen, whether it's a forward playing defense, as was the case with Alan Macaulay, or a defenseman himself, be having a tough time, just a little skip of a puck here or there, and things aren't going well with that blue line, and that's really been breaking things up.
This is Mann coming in, centers it in front. Have tried to, and it's knocked back. And Mann getting up rather slowly, shaken up a little as he drove towards the net. But he's got it back in the net now. Mann looking around, has Whitfield in front, centers it. Macaulay had moved right in from the blue line and couldn't get good wood or a good chance on that. Doig up to Thornton, lead pass to Mann. He'll come in, hit the goal post. Up along the boards, Thornton going after it. Back to the line. Here's Doig. Over to Macaulay. Works it up. Thornton shooting. He's stopped. Rebound. Covered up. Good pressure by Canada on the power play. And Faizov holds the fort.
Well, a great opportunity for Cameron Mann. You saw him in the first intermission feature. A great sniper for the Peterborough Petes, a future Boston Bruin goal scorer. And he gets in behind the Russian defense, splits them, and takes a beautiful pass. I believe it was from Joe Thornton, right on the tape. Hits him in full stride, and he rifles a shot. A nice job by Faizov to take away the lower part of the net. All that was left to shoot at was a post, and Cameron Mann got it. Terrific shot by Cameron Mann and a great pass. Again, very quick transition. That was tic-tac-toe from the Canadian blue line right up to center and then right down the middle of the Russian defense.
1:10 to go on the power play for Canada. Jackman now back at the blue line with Dubé. Dubé hustling up after that puck. Briere. Schaefer and Isbister, the other forwards. This is Schaefer. Back to the line. The net has been dislodged. Play not whistled down. And my, that would have been quite a discussion had the puck gone in because the net was clearly off its peg.
Still not sure the referee's seen it. There we go. The nets, we've talked about it throughout this tournament. They come off. Oh, yeah, there you go. He bumped that off. I'll tell you, I've watched a lot of the goaltenders in this tournament, and they do it as a regular tactic. Just a little tiny shove, and that net will come off. And I don't think there was any question there. Faizov was taking the net off the moorings. And you know, if the puck went in the net, he'd turn around pointing to it.
Isbister looking around. 40 seconds left in the power play. Briere steps in. Trying to walk through traffic, couldn't make his way to the front of the net. He'll try again. Briere back to Jackman, back to Briere. Down low to Isbister. Tried to return the favor to Briere. Goes to the corner. Vasilyev after it. Couldn't get it out. Jackman. Here's Jackman along the boards. Gets it across in front. And Schaefer couldn't bury that one. And the net dislodged again. Still 12 seconds left in the power play.
Now the little goaltender Faizov saying to the referee, hey, my leg hit it and that was that. In fact, he did go down. He had a skate just inside the post. Going across to make that save, and that goaltender looks like he weighs about 140 pounds soaking wet. And he just slides over, hits the inside of the post, and the entire net comes off the moorings. Been a bit of a distraction throughout this tournament, not just in this game, but everyone.
Here's Doig, over to Hamilton. Blocked there by Antipov. Antipov battling away, trying to get it out. Hamilton up on the play, Whitfield as well. They chop away at it. Leschenko comes out, gets it to Antipov, breaking in on goal. Sellers it in front of the net. Susan was up there. He'll give chase into the corner now. Teams are at even strength. Russia is leading by a score of 2-1. We're past the halfway point of regulation time in this one. Markov knocks it down, fires it to the corner. Doig gets there for Canada. Brings it up around Whitfield, a stickless and puckless. And a penalty coming up. It's going to go against Canada. And the puck comes up around the boards. Russians had the extra attacker out there, but they'll have lots of time to set up now for the power play when we come back.
56 again, a Canadian player, in this case Whitfield, loses his stick. Initially was thinking about trying to kick this puck out. Then he saw the man going for it. He stuck the leg out, trips right in front of the referee. Referee no choice but to call it. When you don't have a stick and you're going to play like that, referee's going to call it for sure, and that's twice in this game. Canada's had to go to the penalty box because the players without a stick have done something that was pretty flagrant.
Doig was caught earlier when he lost his stick in his gloves, actually. He tried to throw the puck. He threw it out of play and picked up a delay game penalty. Russia on the power play. Samsonov is out there. Keep your eye on him. They'll face it off down in Canadian territory.
Well, Samsonov's been a threat every time he's out there. Almost Pavel Bure-like in his style of play. Other people would suggest he plays a Paul Kariya kind of game. In any case, I saw him before the game posing for some pictures and television and a few other things, and the kid is really solid. He's got the legs like tree trunks. He's very thick through the middle. And even though he's not particularly big, listed around 5'9", extremely strong, great balance, agility. He's not as quick as Bure, not as quick as Kariya. That's the element. He's quick, but not as fast as those guys.
You think he goes number one or or is the jury still out?
Jury's still out, although the consensus at this point is that Thornton is the number one pick. It's always tough to look past a 6'4" homegrown offensive center. But there's still a lot of hockey to be played.
Samsonov trying to come out. Dubé up there for Canada gumming up the works. 1:05 to go on the Russian power play, and here comes Samsonov. Tiptoes up to the blue line, but lost the puck, and that play breaks down. Orakovsky gets it around. Petrunin. Horvath. Susan being watched by Devereaux. And Denis to play it for Canada. Up along the boards, Vasha after it. Susan helps to keep it in. This is Susan. Puck comes all the way back now. Butseyev trying to get a shot on goal. Puck it around back in the net. Petrunin after it. Twisting around, Petrunin works it out to the side. 18 seconds left in the power play. Petrunin trying to get it in front. Trofimov is down there. Look at Petrunin twisting around, dipping and diving, working away after that puck. Valcha picks it up, back to the blue line, over to Zuzin, shooting it. That ricochets into the corner. Penalized player back on. 5 minutes to play in the second period, and Canada is trailing Russia 2-1. Here's Trofimov, steps in over the blue line. Morozov after it, and Morozov takes a step, and he heads back to the bench. A penalty coming out. One Russian player, Morozov, laboring towards the bench. Vasha hit with a stick. We'll sort it all out for you in a moment. A 5-minute slashing major.
Morozov in front of the net. And Doig comes across, chases his man down, and right here delivers the blow. Right across the arm of Morozov.
Well, prior to that, he had run into Oleg Vacha with a bit of a cross-check, and Vacha was heading to the bench, and then Doig came across and landed the slash on Morozov. So he picks up a 5-minute major.
Well, it's gut check time for Canada. Trevor Letowski does a nice job of blocking a shot here, but while the puck's in the feet of the Russian defenseman, they can't get it out. It gets back in deep again, and all sorts of problems for Canada now. The penalty had just ended that they were killing. Now they've got to kill off a 5-minute major. They lose one of their top 4 defensemen. And boy, oh boy, things have really turned here with less than 5 minutes to go in this second period. Remember back a couple of years ago to Red Deer when the Russians ran into similar problems. They picked up a 5-minute major. Canada blew the game open, and that was all she wrote. Canada went on to a perfect 7-0 record and gold medal in Red Deer. Now the tables are turned, and Canada down by a goal into a big deep hole here with a 5-minute disadvantage. And the Russians have been handling that puck like it's on a string down low on the Canadian end.
Well, we'll have a big-time chance here to handle it. A 5-minute man advantage. Canada trailing in this game 2-1. Morozov gets it back to the blue line. Sigilov over to Markov. Trofimov along the board, number 13. He's run down. And they'll tie it up. 4:36 to go on the power play, and the faceoff is being moved back outside the blue line.
Coach Mike Babcock and the Canadian team getting a little pressure treatment here. This is where you find out whether your team is made of championship material. Canada can somehow get through the balance of this period, which is 4 minutes and 23 seconds. They only leave 13 seconds on the power play. Could give them a huge lift going into the third period, but that's a long time to be saying playing even against this Russian team when you're down a man. And that's the goal, is to try to escape to the dressing room down only 1 goal.
Orakovsky skating back to pick it up for Russia. 4:20 to go on the power play for Russia. Jason Doig picking up a 5-minute major for slashing. This is Susan. Clears the puck in. Saric right back there, rings it up around the boards. That doesn't even come close to getting out. Puck wristed in wide there by Orakovsky. Susan works it around back in the net. Puck's going to come over to Samsonov. Back to Burakovsky, shooting. And Zuzin will pick it up. Comes across to Samsonov. And Samsonov under some pressure there. Burakovsky trying to help him out. And Saric gets it down the ice this time. 3.5 minutes to play in the period. 3:40 left in the power play for Russia. And good work by Dubé there. He'll flip it up. Devereaux comes up looking for that puck. Dubé back to Phillips, just flips it back into Russian territory. Vacha clearing it back for Sidulov. Morozov to Sidulov. He'll work it up ahead there to Zuzin at center. Russians trying to work that puck in there. Denis knocks it down and clears it down the ice. 3 minutes left in the power play for Russia. What a large kill this would be for the Canadian team. 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Morozov. Long pass up ahead. Kolkumov. Just flips it around up there. Trofimov after it. Markov along the boards. Trofimov tried to get it loose, but Phillips was there for Canada. Got it out to center. Kolkumov being badgered there by Larson. 2.5 minutes left in the Russian power play. 2:10 to play in the period.
Great job by McCauley and Larson. Very aggressive. Really crossing the Russians up with some aggressive penalty killing.
This is Markov. Out to center. Gets it ahead. Trofimov throws it down to the corner. Markov up there after it. Steps around his man. Up back of the net. Markov drops it down low. Puck comes out in front. Morozov drilled that puck and fired it wide. Did he step into that? Number 21, Andrei Markov, was right up there in the play. So was Morozov. Lots of offensive talent out there for Russia with 1:54 to go in his power play.
I'll tell you, this Morozov guy is absolutely scary out there. He comes up with a big high hard one here. That was a bouncing puck. He able to take it on the volley. Hugh Hamilton behind the net comes up with a slash right in front of the referee, but he gets away with that one. The European officials not at all hesitant about calling another penalty when you're already short-handed, even in as deep a hole, a 5-minute major, whereas at home in North American hockey, they're a little more liberal when you're already playing from a hole.
Gorokov clears that puck in. 1:30 to go in a 5-minute man advantage for Russia. And 1:15 to play in the period. Vasilyev gets it up along the boards. And Vlasenkov couldn't keep it in. Vasilyev gave it away to Devereaux. Shoots! Screen shot kicked away by Faizov. And I'll tell you what, Devereaux playing his best game of the tournament so far for Canada. Vlasenkov up to the line. He was stopped. McCauley clears it back. Gorokov. This is Phillips. 53 seconds left in the power play for Russia. And only 30 seconds to go in the period now. In over the blue line. Volchkov trying to drive in towards the net. Puck knocked to the corner. Phillips clears it down the ice. 35 seconds left in the power play. 20 seconds left in the period. Burakovsky just plays it back. Vacha with it. 10 seconds left in the period. Vacha steps up to center. Trying to work it across for Samsonov. Broken up by Whitfield. And when the third period gets underway, Russia will be on the power play for the first 14 seconds, the final 14 seconds of a 5-minute man advantage. The Russians have not landed a shot on goal so far in the 5-minute power play. Great work by the Canadian penalty killers. Through two, Russia is leading this game by a score of 2-1. Gillette live at the intermission coming up. 15 seconds, potentially huge kill for Canada.
Absolutely. Potentially, though, is the key word. And the reason for the potential is if Canada gets the next goal, then yeah, all of a sudden they're back in the hockey game. But if the Russians score the next goal, then all of a sudden all that momentum from the penalty kill goes by the wayside, doesn't mean anything at all. So the next goal is absolutely huge, and you don't need a hockey expert or somebody who thinks they are to tell you that.
And hey, what else is new? A close one between Canada and Russia as we head to the third period. Gord?
Thanks, Paul. Canada's last loss at the World Junior Hockey Championship 4 years ago. The Canadians trailing 2-1 after 2. The third period is next.
You got to be able to have control of what's going on out there. I do need agility to run faster, move quicker, and beat my opponent off the dribble. I feel more stable barefoot. I need my shoe to be very light. If I could play on my bare feet, I would. Now I can.
It's out there. Esso Supreme 92 Octane. For a cleaner engine white drive, a smooth feeling of power. Esso Supreme 92. Unleash the performance. With Esso.
Between the boards as we look ahead to the final period, Canada out-hitting the Russians by a wide margin. Scoring chances, fairly even. Face-offs favoring Canada by 5. Each team with the goal on the power play. Adidas bringing you between the boards. Adidas, the brand with the 3 stripes. And there is still a little bit of time to go on this Russian power play. 14 seconds to be exact, remaining in a 5-minute man advantage. By the way, before I forget, heard from Barry Trapp there between periods. Enjoyed listening to him talk to Gord, but I promised Barry that I would wish a happy 60th anniversary on his behalf to his parents, Joe and Irma, back in Saskatchewan. 60 years. Congratulations. This is Phillips controlling off the draw. Just clears it in. Morozov chased out by Devereaux. 3 seconds left in the power play. And the Russians do not get a shot on goal during a 5-minute man advantage. What a great job of penalty killing by Canada. Puck fired up, bounces down into the corner. And tough going along the boards. It will come out now to Wallen. This is Phillips. And away comes McCauley. In over the blue line. McCauley cuts in, looks, lowers it just over top. Puck loose there at the side, scores! Boyd Devereaux has tied the game for Canada 49 seconds into the third period.
Devereaux does a great job of knocking a bouncing puck out of the air and by the small goaltender, Faizov. Trouble at first in Canada's zone, but then a bit of a pinch and they pick up on it. The Russians seem to have this one under control, 2-on-2 until Alan McCauley beats his man, fires the shot high, and then on the forehand, Boyd Devereaux, a bouncing puck. Follow the bouncing puck off the backboards. It was Dwayne Hay runs a little interference, a little bit of a screen for the goaltender. He can't see that bouncing puck, doesn't know where it is, and by the time he knows where it is, it's in the back of the net. And we talked about the next goal being so important and being able to build on the momentum. Canada's done exactly that.
Assisted by number 18, time 14:49.
So Canada kills off a 5-minute Russian man advantage, and then Boyd Devereaux scores on the back end of that at the 49-second mark of this third period. Here's the net dislodged down in the Russian end. Play hasn't been called yet. Dubé up after. Susan. Now Whitfield knocks it down. Down to Dubé. And play still hasn't been called. The net is off its mooring. I don't see you how the referee could not notice it. The referee, Peter Anderson from Sweden.
Well, I can tell you right now, the goaltender knows it, and he doesn't really care. He's not saying anything to anybody, because if a puck ends up behind him, he's going to turn around and say the net was off the moorings.
Here comes Isbister. Puck bounces in over the blue line, picked up by Lashenko. Lashenko trying to come back. Gorakov pokes it ahead. Lasenkov clearing it down into the corner. Denis up to play it. Wicked bounce off the boards from Denis, actually off one of the uprights. And it bounced right back in front of the goal. Here comes Briere. He's stopped at the line. The Russian net is still off its peg as play continues. Gorakov fires the puck all the way down in. Gavdelin will pick it up. Drops it down low. Petrunin back in the goal, trying to get it out in front. Ware twisting and turning, trying to get away from Petrunin. Up there forechecking. Sigulov clears it in. Thornton lets it go. Markov bouncing it back up there for the Russians. Petrunin in the corner and play whistle down. And the puck was hit with a high stick. We've played 2 minutes and 58 seconds in the third period, and we are tied at 2.
The Canadians have now told the referee that the net is off the moorings. He's still making no motion like he knows. Now he has to look at it. Oh, yeah, there it is. Really, he still hasn't gone to the net. Brad Larson talking to him right now, and it really is a travesty when you think about it. And the fault goes to the goaltender, or the guile, if you want to say that, to Faizov. Because in North America, any goaltender, as soon as the net's off the moorings and he realizes it is, he takes the net, he pushes it off into the corner so that everybody fully understands that the play's dead. They played close to 2 minutes of game action with the net off. Glad the referee thinks it's funny because it's a bit of a joke.
Puck comes back to Phillips. Top of the point, trying to wrist it through there. Nice skate save by Morozov coming out of the play. Here's Devereaux, and pass comes up over 2 lines.
Oh boy, Devereaux, the Kitchener Rangers, scores a huge goal to give Canada a 2-2 tie here early in the third period. Devereaux, a first-round pick of the Edmonton Oilers, and what does he have in common with the Oilers? Well, he skates very fast, he plays very hard, has a nasty side to him, plays very aggressive, and he takes a hit there. That was Orakovsky, number 28, who hit him on the offside call.
This is Phillips for Canada. Coming up on 3.5 minutes into this third period, a tie game, 2-2, Canada and Russia. This is Capalli up there for Canada, along the boards, walling up, trying to help him out. Wallen clears it in. Susan is there. Morozov trying to get it out. On the second attempt, just clears it down the ice. By the way, you will have noticed that Canada, without the services of Jason Doig, he picked up a 5-minute major and a game misconduct. Coverage for you. The bronze medal game, 9 in the morning Eastern. The gold medal game, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If Canada is in that gold medal game, we'll be on a half an hour earlier with a pregame show. Samsonov, number 10, up there for Russia. Had a great first period, was a little more quiet in the second period. He's got the puck now. Dubé knocked it away. Gorakov gets it up around the boards. Volchkov trying to come out with it. And play whistled down. A Canadian player down in the corner in Russian territory, getting up rather slowly is Peter Schaefer.
Looks like a penalty call here, a high sticking call. Looks like Vasiliev, number 5, going off for a high sticking Peter Schaefer. 4:07 in, Canada gets an opportunity to build on the momentum they picked up here early in the third by scoring the tying goal for killing off that 5-minute major late in the second period. Vasiliev, a New York Ranger draft pick, and a real tower of power on defense for them. Schaefer ended up down on the ice. The referee a little concerned as to exactly what happened. And we might catch the tail end of this right off the boards. Tough to tell from what happened there, but Schaefer picked up a stick across the back of his neck. Canada on the power play.
And McCauley rushing it up. In front, Cameron Mann with a couple of chances and couldn't get a good shot away. It was being checked. Jackman fires it up there and it's tipped. That was Thornton in front of the net. Great chance for Mann after McCauley dished it to him right in front of the net.
Tell you what, Paul, Alan McCauley has really elevated his game. For my money, maybe the best Canadian player on the ice today. He's really picked up a step over the course of this tournament, getting a lot quicker and starting to handle the puck a lot more. Heads-up play coming in off the blue line, dances around the big scrum of players, and finds the man out in front. Fortunately, Cameron Mann couldn't get all of what he wanted on that one, and the puck rolled off the end of his stick. But an excellent job by Alan McCauley, very assertive in his play, and he's really rising to the occasion here.
Here's Jackman, looking, top of the point, McCauley shoots! And back in the net, Mann hops up there after it.
Did it again, knocked the net off the moorings. And I really think it's to the point where Canada's got to start making an issue of this because the goaltender's clearly doing it on purpose. Yeah, no question about it. No question about it. And the referee just gave him a warning.
.138 to go on the power play. Whitfield gets it back. And McCauley tried to whip it over. The puck hopped on him. Morozov right there to capitalize. Gets it across. Orakovsky couldn't catch up to it. And we've seen Canada get caught a few times while on the power play. There was one earlier in the game where the Russians had a breakaway and then a 2-on-1. Jackman just broke his stick there firing the puck in, but this is Mann. Gets it out in front. And the puck picked up by Zuzin. He fires it down the ice. 1 minute left in the power play for Canada. We've played 5 minutes and 10 seconds here in the third period. All tied up at 2. McCauley out to center. Dishes off into the corner. That's Briere hustling up there for Canada. Buck is mad. Puck comes up along the boards. Antipov gets it out. Lyachenko tiptoes in over the line. Shooting it. And a hot shot. Pulled off the top shelf by Denis. What a blistering blast from Lyachenko. And what a nice catch by Denis.
Well, Canada's falling into a very dangerous trap on the power play. They're getting very casual when the Russians pick up possession of this puck. Now, there was a pinch at the blue line as well. There should be into that situation on a power play. But now a very casual play by Isbister with a stick check at center ice. And what they've got to realize is that the Russians have a very aggressive mindset when they pick up the puck in the neutral zone shorthanded. They want to create a scoring opportunity, and they did exactly that there. Isbister just stood and watched the guy go by and waved his stick at him, because normally in Canada, North American hockey, that player's just going to dump the puck down. He's not going to try and beat 2 or 3 guys go to the net. The Russians are trying to beat those players and create offensive opportunities on the penalty kill.
30 seconds left in Canada's power play. Markov clears it back in for Russia. Wallen. Long pass up ahead to Briere. Pokes it down into the corner. Isbister up there with him. Slams into his man, Sidulov, but the puck cleared back down the ice with only 7 seconds to go in the Canadiens' power play. Dubé will start it back. Long pass up ahead there. Schaefer controls. In front. Isbister's up there. Puck bounces to the boards. Big traffic in front of the goal. Here's Sarich. Teams are back at even strength. Schaefer for Canada. Looking in front. Trying to get it through there for Isbister. Comes up around the boards. Phillips pinching in. Gets it back in the net for Briere. Briere whacking after that puck. Couldn't pick it up. This is Morozov in over the blue line. Russians on a change, so Morozov didn't have much to do there. Just dumped it in. Volkanov in over the blue line. Beats Sarich up along the boards. Trofimov up there. Couldn't finish that drive to the net. Lekowski back for Canada. Shovels it in. Devereaux out there for Canada as well, looking for that puck along the boards. but it's gloved ahead, so play whistle down. We've played 6 minutes and 57 seconds in the third period. What a game. Tied at 2, Canada and Russia in the semifinal.
Well, Canada finishing up on the power play. Some good work by Peter Schaefer. Throws that in front of the net, and Isbister goes hard to the net. What's amazing is the net didn't come off the moorings here. Bit of a collision, everybody inside. Isbister creating all sorts of traffic.
Gorokov clears it out. Antipov dishing back. Vasilyev up to Antipov. Tried to bounce it off the boards there and beat his man. Dubé has it now for Canada. Whitfield is going to clear it in. Schaefer moving up after it. Steams up there, centered it in front. Nobody could get up there as quickly as Schaefer could. Whitfield in the corner. Trying to work it around back of the net for Dubé. That's intercepted, but here's Schaefer for Canada. Back intended for Dubé. Lechenko intercepts, and Antipov gets it out.
Hurry up, this side.
Canadians have to clear the zone. Wanted to get a line change in any event. Gorokov clears it in there for Russia, and the Russians will now change. Gavdilin up after that puck. Comes along the boards, Butseyev. Up to Gavdilin. He's tied up along the boards. Petrunin after it. He's got it back to the goal. Petrunin trying to get it in front, and Letowski would not let him out of his sights. Markov gets it up along the boards, knocked down. Petrunin trying to come in, gets it up ahead. Butseyev driving into the corner, and he is in turn driven by Thornton. Puck comes around, back of the net. Gavdilin trying to get it in front, trying to hold off 2 Canadian players. Gets it home. Puck flipped just wide. That's Butseyev who was in front. He'll sprint to the corner after it. Butseyev had it pushed away, and Letowski coming back out now for Canada. Up to the line with Willis. And Thornton, he drops it off. Thornton throws it up. Back of the net, Letowski tried to get it in front. Here's Wallen. Thornton knocked down. Lost his balance as he went after that puck. Wallen stepping up after it. Butseyev watching him. McCauley tapping it in. McCauley just overskated it. And back out comes Volchkov. He's flying up to the line. Volchkov drives to the outside and couldn't get the puck in front. Phillips knocks it down there and controls for Canada. We played 9 minutes and 15 seconds in this third period, and Canada and Russia are tied at 2. The winning team off to play for gold tomorrow. The loser will have to settle for an attempt at a bronze medal. Larson taps it down there. Devereaux stepping up after it. Canada really playing the body. Here's Phillips. Shoots right on, and Faisov will hold on to it. Oh, he had Larson right there looking for a loose puck.
Jesse Wallen. And Wallen of the Red Deer Rebels, a first-round pick of the Detroit Red Wings, does a good one-on-one job against a guy who's got great offensive tools, size, and speed, and is starting to use it in this game today. Volchkov is a wild card here for the Russians. He hasn't played well in this tournament, but you know, playing against Canadian Major Junior players that he plays against all year, he's going to turn his level up, as are most of the Russians. The Russians brought their A game today, as did Canada. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Coming up to the halfway point of the third period. All tied up. Phillips gets it ahead to Schaefer. Devereaux scores! Well, it's not over yet, but boy, Devereaux striking a huge blow for Canada, putting them up 3-2.
Well, Phillips, a nice read, dishes the puck off, and there's the beautiful pass. I believe it was Brad Larson delivers a beautiful pass instead of shooting the puck. Cocked and ready to fire. Boy, Devereaux right along the ice. Maybe Faisov would like to have that one back. In any case, it was a quick release. Boy, Devereaux scores back-to-back goals here in the third period to give Canada a 3-2 lead after trailing 2-1 going into the intermission. Canada has really built on killing that 5-minute major late in the second period. They're playing now without Jason Doig. And the check the Calta checking line comes up with yet another goal. Alan McCauley, Brad Larson, and Boyd Devereaux.
And Canada up 3-2 with 10 minutes and 5 seconds to play in regulation time. Icing is called on Canada. Devereaux has gotten better and better as this tournament has gone on. He's been the best Canadian player today.
Well, Devereaux has terrific speed, good instincts. Not a pure skill player, but he's got lots of emotion and lots of grit. Scored 20 goals and 58 points in 66 games for the Kitchener Rangers last season. A graduate of the Stratford Colleton Junior B program. They turn out some great hockey players out of Stratford. Some world champions. Mike Watt, who played on this team last year, if I'm not mistaken, played for the Stratford Colletons.
Ed Olchuk, an old alumnus of the Stratford Colletons as well. Puck cleared up, knocked down there at the blue line with a high stick by Hayes, so play whistle down. 9 minutes and 45 seconds to go in regulation time. And I stress regulation, the drill in semifinal and final action, playoff round action. They play a 10-minute overtime period, sudden death. If they're still tied, they go to the ever-popular, much-discussable shootout.
And this one's not over by a long shot, a one-goal lead with 9 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Lots of firepower on this Russian team to cope with. Volchkov is now being moved up. He's playing with Basha and Samsonov on what, for lack of a better term, is the second Russian line behind Kolkinov, Morozov, and Trofimov.
This is Dubé. He'll just clear it in. This one not even close to being over. 3-2 with about half the period to go. Susan dumps that puck in. Denis will handle that, drops it off for Phillips. Schaefer ricochets it out. Volchkov back there to claim it. And he punches it right back into Canadian territory. Phillips with it, takes his time, and gets it back out. Susan tied up by Dubé. Puck comes across. Whitfield shooting. Low shot stopped by Faizov. Pass up ahead to Volchkov. Samsonov is with him as they come in. Samsonov fires it in on goal, and Denis will hang on to it. Samsonov was mixing it up on the way in with Jacklin. Jacklin was not going to let him out of his grip.
Oh, Jason Doig out of the mix. Some of the other Canadian defensemen getting more time in front of Marc Denis. And really, the score as it stands right now is also a testament to this guy. Outstanding effort, especially in the first period. In the second, remember the great poke check on Morozov. Terrific effort by Marc Denis.
1 year ago, he was the backup, and he watched Jose Theodore put on an amazing goaltending display. Faced 46 shots against Russia in the semifinals. Canada won that game 4-3. They lead this one 3-2 with 11:08 having gone by in this third period. This is Cameron Mann, gets it ahead. Isbister was almost away. Almost, but not quite. Gorakov, being watched by Briere. That's Briere up after him. Gorakov will come away with it. Gavdulin drops that puck back. Petrunin fires it up. Comes all the way up around the boards and out. Gorakov. Cameron Mann there for Canada. He and Briere poke it loose. And Briere brings it back in, but offside is called. Isbister got tangled up back in Russian territory. Play whistle down. You're watching the World Junior Championship on TSN.
Misconduct in the 5-minute major for slashing in the second period. What did you think of the call?
Well, I thought it was a very bad call. I was just wanted to hit the guy's stick, and I caught his wrist, and the ref, I guess, thought he was hurt, but he was back in that shift. So I was kind of disappointed with that call.
What was the mood like in the Canadian room, trailing 2-1 after 2?
Well, we just came off. We killed that 5 minute, and things were pretty positive, and we wanted to build off that and gain momentum from that coming into the third period, and that's exactly what we did. We came back with a big goal by Boyd Devereaux, tying up.
Jason, thanks very much, and happy watching.
Thank you.
2 big goals from Boyd Devereaux, one to tie it and one to put Canada ahead. And that's going to be tough for Doig. Potentially the biggest game of his junior career, and He has to watch most of it. Here's Phillips. Up there for Larson, trying to dish ahead to McCauley. McCauley and Devereaux up there. What a line this has been for Canada. McCauley with a big hit there, and Sigilov. This is Larson. 7.5 minutes to play here in this third period. And Canada is leading Russia by a score of 3-2. Here comes Phillips, being watched by Samsonov. Phillips just clears it in. Vasha, number 22, trying to come out for Russia. Puck hops loose, and that's fired wide by Whitfield. Sarich stepped into his man. Vasha knocks it ahead. Volchkov was almost away, but Hamilton tapped the puck. Dubé after his man. Schaefer there to help, and the puck steered back down into Russian territory. And Canada doing just a great job the last couple of shifts at just bottling up that neutral zone. The Russians just cannot get anything going. Puck knocked in over the line by Vacha. Samsonov up after it. And Zuzin just fires it in, delayed offside. Puck cleared back up and pops into the Russian bench. We've played 13:40 here in this third period, and it's 3-2. Canada is up. Big story in this game, a 5-minute penalty kill by Canada late in the second and early in the third. Boyd Devereaux with a couple of goals. His line mate Alan McCauley with a couple of assists. Game story brought to you by Advil for today's tough pain.
Well, the play at both blue lines now becomes so important for Canada. When they're at the offensive blue line, they've got to get the puck deep. When they're at their own blue line and coming out with it, they've got to make sure they get it out. The pressure will be on the wingers to make sure it gets in deep and to chip it past the Russian defensemen who are pinching when they're at the defensive blue line.
Cameron Mann going after in the corner. Gorokov watching him. Isbister up, digs that puck loose, rolled it right across in front for a year. Couldn't quite get to it. Here's Ware. Up into the corner. Isbister being tied up there by Vasilyev. Vasilyev and Isbister with a good little battle. Jackman pokes it back in there for Canada. In over the blue line, Antipov. Being watched by Larson. 5.5 minutes to play in the third period. Puck handed away there. Antipov gets it towards the front. Volkanov after it. Rafimov up there too. This is the big Russian unit, and a penalty coming up against Canada. Larson called for holding, and he slammed his glove on top of the net after that call was made, realizing the gravity of this situation.
Larson saw the man go down. He was trying to throw his arms up. But Chris Phillips tries to flip this puck out of the zone. Great idea, bad execution. Then keep an eye on Larson. Coming through. Got his man. Let's go. Antipov goes down. And despite the plaintive plea from Brad Larson, 5 minutes and 20 seconds left in regulation time. The Russians go on the power play. It's Big Morozov, 24, Volkanov, 11, and Trofimov, 13, the number one offensive line out there on the power play.
And the puck tapped down the ice. McCauley heads to the bench right off the faceoff. It's Devereaux and Dubé up front for Canada. Sarich and Hamilton back at the blue line. Morozov carries up, trying to get it back towards the line for Sigilov, but fired down the ice. And now Phillips and Wallen come over the boards as Canada changes up the defense. 1:30 left in the Russian power play. Less than 5 minutes to go in the third period. Canada nursing a 3-2 lead. And here comes Morozov. In over the blue line. Trofimov gets it around, back in the net. Morozov after it, knocked down by Phillips. Can't get it out. Knocked out at the line. Markov. Markov at the blue line, a wrist shot right on, and Denis holding on to it. And Phillips with another chance to get the puck out there, tried to flip it out and got caught again.
If I'm not mistaken, just as he was about to shoot, his stick was hit. That prevented him from getting the puck out as he would have liked to on that power play. Phillips behind the net. And Phillips fans on that one. Instead of bringing the puck hard around the boards, tried to cut the angle between the two defensemen and ended up putting it right on the defenseman's stick.
Puck comes back now, Zuzin. Taps it up for Volchkov. He'll throw it down to the corner. Batya looking for it. Around to Samsonov. He's pressured. Beetling in for the point. Orakovsky gets it. Now down to Batya. Back to the line. Zuzin shooting. Fired a bullet just wide. Samsonov gobbles up the rebound. Orakovsky to Samsonov. Pressure here. Puck comes back to Zuzin. He'll sneak it down. Samsonov is open. They can't get it through. This is Volchkov. 30 seconds left in the power play. Orakovsky to Zuzin. Shooting. Fired that one wide of the target. Orakovsky back at the line. Drops it down low. This is Samsonov to Volchkov. Look at that traffic in front. Zuzin fires. That was blocked. The puck loose. And it's underneath McCauley and Zuzin. And play whistle down, but a big play by Alan McCauley to block that shot. 15 seconds left in the power play.
Frantic action in and around netminder Mark Denis. And I can hear Howie Meeker all the way from Parksville, British Columbia saying, shoot the puck! The Russians have the puck everywhere. And until Zuzin put that one into McCauley, they would not put it in. Then he got knocked right back into his own net. Witkowski knocks the feet out from underneath Mark Denis, and a few moments earlier they had the puck at the side of the net.
10 seconds left in the power play. Vasilyev will start out. The team's back at even strength. And time continues to tick away in this one. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left in the third period. And Canada is up 3-2. Teams all even up. So solid penalty killing. A big key for Canada in this one. Killing off a 5-minute Russian power play. And then a 2-minute man advantage there. Lysenkov couldn't get it in front, and back the other way comes Dubé. Very slowly to that blue line, gingerly guides it down into Russian territory. Isbister up after it, bumping up along the boards. Isbister trying to get it loose for Cameron Mann. Wallen poking at that puck. It's hit with a high stick. 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Canada is up 3-2. Hang on. Championship. And if Canada hangs on to win this game, we'll be on at 12:30 Eastern as opposed to 1 o'clock with a pregame show before the gold medal game. And the bronze medal game at 9 o'clock Eastern. Jason Doig tossed out of this game late in the second period. He was given a 5-minute major for slashing, and with that, a game misconduct.
And a major turning point when Canada so effectively killed the penalty to Doig, did not allow the Russians a single shot on goal, and then built on that by scoring a goal early in the third period by Boyd Devereaux. He's since put another one behind Faizov. It is 3-2 Canada. 2 minutes, 35 seconds to go, and the checking line that's provided 2 of the 3 goals for Canada is out there today, right now.
Devereaux, McCauley, and Larson. What a line that has been. Devereaux with 2 goals, the game-tying goal and the game-winning goal, as it stands now. And he tried to jam it in front there with some help from McCauley. Puck cleared down the ice. Icing is called on Russia.
Well, Canada got the call of the benefit of an international icing call there. That puck went right by Jesse Wallen at the point. But some good forechecking there by Alan McCauley. I told you he's really elevated his game. Showing great quickness, comes out. He's almost able to bury that one on the wraparound. Good physical play. Sigilov gets knocked down. McCauley, Devereaux working down low. Brad Larson staying up high, third man high. And on the clearing attempt, it went right by Wallen at the point. In fact, I thought it almost whistled off his stick, and they still got the automatic icing, so Canada gets the face-off where they want it. Morozov and McCauley going head-to-head here on the face-off. Those two guys Those two lines have been against each other all day.
Morozov gets waved out. Volkanov comes in to take the draw. And we'll call that draw a draw as they push it towards the boards, and the puck cleared out. Phillips back there to pick it up. Markov shoots it in for the Russians. 2 minutes and 5 seconds left. And Canada is leading by a score of 3-2. Icing called on Canada. Face-off coming up down in Canadian territory. 1 minute, 59 seconds to play. Canada just that close to a berth in the gold medal game and a chance to go for an unprecedented 5th gold medal in a row this tournament.
Well, Canada's played their best game in the tournament. There's been a lot more authority in their play, better forechecking, better handling the puck in their own end, although they are still prone to some really nasty giveaways behind the blue line. But now it comes down to 1 minute and 59 seconds. Canada trying to hang on for victory that will put them into the gold medal game and an opportunity to win 5 consecutive gold medals. Face-off so important here. There'll always be 2 face-off men out there. Macaulay and Dubé for Canada right now.
Puck comes up around the boards. Whitfield knocks it loose. Samsonov couldn't keep it in. Here's Vasha. 1 minute, 45 seconds to go. Orakovsky up to center for the Russians. He just stepped over center and dumped it in. Hamilton back there to pick it up. 1 minute and a half to play, and the puck goes up out of play. Canada is up 3-2.
Hamilton a little upset with himself there that he didn't get that one off the glass and then it went right out. But better safe than sorry. And now Vorobiev, the head coach of the Russian team, actually doing a little coaching here in the final couple of minutes, and that's been a switch from what we've seen internationally over the years, even at this tournament. Vorobiev making use of his timeout with 1 minute and 31 to go. Based on that logic, I would suggest that Vorobiev may be interested in giving the goaltender Faizov
Forward here. I don't think they will.
out of the net for a 6th attacker.
We'll just go forward, okay? Forward, even though it's up here. Forward, forward, forward. This is going to be McCall. Okay, this is going to be Dubé. Right here. This right here is going to be Gabriel. D-man, you're up here. Gabriel's out here. The other D-man's back. And you just read the situation. Don't get in before. And boys, keep the puck to the outside. Good job. Hey,
31 seconds to go. And the Russians have pulled their goaltender. They get the extra attacker out there. All hands on deck.
1 minute and 31 to go. I like it. Vorobiev going for it all here. A lot of coaches would wait until it gets inside the minute mark, but he's going for the whole 9 yards right now. The onslaught is on.
And Volchkov gets tossed out of the face-off. Macaulay will take the draw against Morozov. The face-off at the top of the circle, and it rolls to Phillips. He has an empty net, and he's just going to flip it out to center. Zuzin bashing it back in. Russia with 6 attackers out there. Need 1 to tie. Puck comes to Samsonov. He zipped that one wide. Up around the boards. Orakovsky clears it to the corner. Trofimov looks around. In front. Volchkov misfired. Trofimov, Samsonov. They're all there. Zuzin fired it. Puck into the corner. 1 minute to play in the game. Canada up by a goal. The Russians with the extra attacker and pressing. They jam it up along the boards. And we will have another face-off in Canadian territory.
Well, Martini, all sorts of traffic around him in front, and the best Russian opportunity went off a Canadian leg or a pant. Pair of pants in front of the net. Russia controls. It's Trofimov gets it out to the slot, and there's the shot, and it was blocked. I believe it went off Christian Dubé, number 9, and then he blocks another one. And yet another shot is blocked. Nothing getting through to Marc Denis. And now Canada calls their timeout with 53 seconds to go.
We want to just be strong on that front. When we're coming around there for a little stop, we know we're keeping it to the walls all the time, but even if we ice, and we're going to win the face-offs here. Let's do a job. Now, Dubé's going to take this face-off. So, McCauley, you're on the wall. You be the guy that end up with the puck coming back, bumping up. Okay, you're going to be on the wall. Okay? Devereaux, you're out in the middle of the ice. I got Philly back, and I got Wallen up right on the forward. Okay? Here we go, here we go! Here we go, right now.
Next best thing to being there. Right in the Team Canada huddle. Dubé will take this face-off. McCauley on the boards. Devereaux in the middle. Phillips in behind. And Wallen coming up on the forward. They'll try and slap this puck back over towards the boards and chip it out.
And all the guns out there for Russia. Volchkov is out there. Samsonov, Zuzin, Trofimov, Morozov. And they're all up on this face-off. Puck dumped to the corner. Morozov hustling after it. And he plays it back into the corner, and Phillips able to get it out. And that is icing called on Canada.
That one, they're saying it went off the stick, and I don't think there was much question. It was a high stick, I believe, by either Morozov or Volchkov over on the far side. Morozov got his stick up in the air, came very close to hitting it. And maybe it just bounced off the boards, but Phillips, nice safe play. And actually, he did miss it. Morozov missed that one, bounced off the boards, and they get a favorable ruling on the automatic offside. They weren't hurrying back too quickly for it, but who can blame them?
Time remaining on the top right of the screen. Puck comes back. Puck fired there by Zuzin. Rebound knocked down. Phillips trying to control. Orakovsky up after it. Zuzin again at the line. Look at Samsonov. Twisting around. He flips it in towards the net. Phillips gets it. Up around the boards. It comes back out to Zuzin. He'll play it up. Samsonov up to the side. And hocked over the stick of Trofimov. Puck loose in front. Phillips will clear it out. 15 seconds to go. And that was touched. There is no icing, and there is no hope for Russia in this one. Canada will move on and take a drive at an unprecedented 5th gold medal in a row. They're off to the big game in 24 hours. Again, another classic matchup between Canada and Russia. And as was the case 1 year ago at the World Junior Tournament, Canada wins by a goal against their arch rivals in the semifinal.
Well, a great effort by Canada to get out a victory. Down 2-1 late in the second period. A 5-minute major to Jason Doig, ejected from the game. Canada kills off the penalty, do not allow the Russians a single shot on goal, and come out in the third period. A pair of goals by Boyd Devereaux from a 2-1 deficit into a 3-2 lead, and they hang on at the end, and boy, was it tense. A very solid Russian team, explosive offensively. Samsonov, Morozov, Trofimov, Volchkov, all coming hard at the end. And a good job by Chris Phillips in the final minute of that game on 3 occasions. Was able to get the puck out and get it down. He was the man who finally got the puck down at the end that sealed the victory.
And another great performance by goaltender Marc Denis. He was the backup 1 year ago to Jose Theodore, who stoned the Russians in a similar situation, a semifinal game. But 1 year later, it's Denis' turn in the spotlight.
Now they'll give the MVPs in this game, and the Canadians couldn't care less because they're going to the big one again. The drive for 5 is still alive.
Boyd Devereaux, the player of the game for Canada had to be played his best game of the tournament, scored the tying goal and the game-winning goal, all in the third period. What a performance by Devereaux.
The good folks of Seaforth, Ontario, celebrating that one with Boyd Devereaux, the native son.
And the player of the game for Russia, Alexei Morozov. Big Pittsburgh Penguins first pick in 1995.
He was outstanding in the first period, but as the game wore on, the Canadians did a better job working him. But even so, right down to the final few seconds, Morozov was a force to be reckoned with. And Jason Doig likes that one because he gets an opportunity to come back and play another game.
Canada will go for gold tomorrow against the winner of a game between on, then they'll get to hear that anthem one more time. Canada opt to play the gold medal game tomorrow against the winner of a game coming up in about another hour. It will be the U.S. going up against the Czech Republic for the right to face Canada for the gold tomorrow.
TSN Turning Point brought to you by UAP Napa Auto Parts. Boyd Devereaux's first of the game had tied it up, and then in the third period, Devereaux on the feed from Brad Larson gives Canada the lead for good. The game-winning goal that sends the Canadians to the gold medal game tomorrow. A cash donation will be made to the Coaching Association of Canada for the training and development of Canadian coaches in amateur sport on behalf of TSN and the pick of the pros, UAP Napa Auto Parts, the right brand for the job. Canada wins it by a final score of 3-2. Back with more from Geneva right after this.
Welcome to Sports Desk on this January 3rd, everyone. I'm Teresa Cruz. All day long, our focus has been overseas in Geneva, Switzerland at the World Junior Hockey Championships. In the first semifinal, it was Canada taking on Russia. And going in, our junior Nats knew that only a win would do because they didn't want to get into a shootout. Not against a Russian team that had shot the lights out of the competition, outscoring them 20-5. Team Canada knows it'll have to stick together to beat this high-powered team. But once again, not a good start for the Canadians. Alexei Morozov, the first-round pick of the Penguins in the 95 draft, goes coast to coast, cuts right through the Canadian D and beats Marc Denis. It's 1-0 Russia. But Denis comes up big for Canada here. A brutal giveaway on the power play, but Denis comes up with not one, but two outstanding saves. Then just seconds later, Alan McCauley takes matters into his own hands. A great coast-to-coast move here. Fakes out the Russian defenseman. Comes in, hits the goal post for Peter Schaefer. Johnny on the spot. Pots the rebound. A huge turnaround, and it's tied up at 1. But Denis wasn't finished there again on the Team Canada power play. Breakaway Russia, but Denis stones it with a poke check. But old Denis can't stop them all. A Canada turnover leads to a 2-on-1. Now Denis got no chance here. Gabulin puts it into the empty net. It's 2-1 Russia. Then the turning point in the game. Canadian defenseman Jason Doig receives a 5-minute major and a game misconduct for this slash on Morozov. So Canada coach Mike Babcock knows It's gut check time for his team, and he tells them so. But the Canadian penalty killers come up huge. This was the only shot on goal during the entire 5 minutes. It was from center ice, so it doesn't even count. Then he throws it himself. It's still 2-1 after 2. That penalty kill, plus these Canadian fans trying to inspire a third period comeback. Doesn't take long. McCauley does the spade work, shoots it wide, but Boyd Devereaux bounces the rebound off the goalie. It's all tied up at 2. And with 10 minutes left in the third, another one of those great Canada-Russia moments. Take it away, Paul.
All tied up. Phillips gets it ahead to Schaefer. Devereaux scores!
The pride of Seaforth, Ontario scores his second of the game. It's on to the gold medal game for Marc Denis and Team Canada. Schaefer and Devereaux each have 3 goals so far in the tournament, and after the game, Boyd Devereaux said he got 2 perfect feeds today that led to his 2 goals.